We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. Well, sort of. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. We're also having a very special interview portion for the last part of the stream. And let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So typically we do 4 topics on each one of these live streams. And the first one is going to be Advent of Cyber over at TryHackMe.com. So Advent of Cyber is a Advent-themed cybersecurity challenge that runs from December 1st until December 24th. And we're going to be covering days 20, 21, and 22 for the first part of the stream today. So it's probably going to take a little bit more than an hour, but so that's the first part of today's stream. So for the second part of today's stream, we're going to be doing a demo for network hacking, and we're going to be doing, well, we're not going to be doing the Kenobi machine. I took a second look at the Kenobi machine. It's a little bit too complicated for easy network hacking exercises. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at another room from TryHackMe for our network demonstration. It's going to be called Basic Pen Testing. So that's going to be the second topic of today's stream. In the third topic, or the third hour of today's stream, theoretically, we're going to be learning some tricks in Linux with the Linux Modules room over at TryHackMe.com. So it seems like it's a full TryHackMe fiesta over here, except that we're going to be doing something very different in topic number 4. So in topic number 4, we're going to be taking a look at, we're going to be doing an interview with a very special guest. Her name is Yanoke, and she is part of the winning team from the DefCon CTF for 2025. We're going to talk to her. We're going to talk about her experience with being on the DefCon team, her experiences with cybersecurity in general, and about the platform that she introduced to me, which is called Standoff365. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to get some new perspectives. That's going to be the 4th topic of today's stream, but without further ado, we should probably start our first topic. And the first topic is going to be TryHackMe Advent of Cyber. We'll put 1 hour on the clock, and we're going to get into those challenges. So if you've never done TryHackMe before, you can do everything that we're going to be doing today completely for free over at this link over here. Of course, you're going to need a registered account in order to do that. But while we do these challenges, let's put a little bit of music on, because why not? Let's do some, let's do some XCOM. Here you go. And as usual, if the music gets a little bit too loud, let me know, and I will try to adjust the volume. Let's adjust it down a bit here. Okay, and Arbuz Hubi, bro, I just want to say I appreciate your videos. Very educating. Thank you very much, Arbuz. If you let me know how to pronounce your name, I'll pronounce it properly. Thank you very much. And welcome to the stream. All right, let's get into this. So we're going to be doing, this is day number 20, and we're going to be talking about some race conditions. So race conditions are a very special type of vulnerability. And yeah, let me start up my my YouTube recording right now. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 20 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. The name of this room is called Race Conditions Toy to the World. And what we want to do after we join the room is we want to go down to task number 1 over here, introduction. So each one of these rooms has a little storyline. Let's go ahead and read up on what's going on. The best festival company, TBFC, has launched its limited edition Sleigh toy, with only 10 pieces available at midnight. Within seconds, thousands rushed to buy one, but something strange happened. More than 10 lucky customers received confirmation emails stating that their toy orders were successful. Confusion spread fast. How could everyone have bought the last toy? McSkitty was called in to investigate. She quickly noticed that multiple buyers purchased at the exact moment. slipping through the system's timing flaw. Sir Carrot Bane's mischievous bandit bunnies had found a way to exploit this chaos, flooding the checkout with rapid clicks. By morning, TBFC faced angry shoppers, missing stock, and a mystery that revealed just how dangerous a few milliseconds could be during the holiday rush. So what are our learning objectives for today? Understand what race conditions are and how they can affect web applications. Learn how to identify and exploit race conditions in web requests, how concurrent requests can manipulate stock or transaction values, and explore simple mitigation techniques to prevent race condition vulnerabilities. So we're going to need to do two things today to complete the challenge. We're going to need to start the attack box, and we're going to need to start a VM. So how we do that is go down to this portion of the web page, and we got our attacker machine and our target machine. We need to click on both of these buttons to start up those machines. So we do that. We're going to need to wait for a little bit of time for these machines to load up. But in the meantime, what we can do is we can read up on what we're going to be covering today. So we answer the question, I can successfully connect to the machine. We'll click on check, and we're done. Okay, we move on to task number 2, and we talk about race conditions. So a race condition happens when two or more actions occur at the same time, and the system's outcome depends on the order in which they finish. In web applications, this often happens when multiple users or automated requests simultaneously access or modify shared resources, such as inventory or account balances. If proper synchronization isn't in place, this can lead to unexpected results, such as duplicate transactions, oversold items, or unauthorized data changes. So, types of race conditions. Generally, race conditions attacks can be divided into 3 categories. There's time of check and time of use, otherwise known as TOC-TO. A TOC-TO race condition happens when a program checks something first and then uses it later, but the data changes in between. This means that what was true at the time of the check may no longer be true when the action happens. It's like checking if a toy is in stock, and then by the time you click on buy, someone has already bought it. For example, 2 users buy the last same item at the same time because the stock was checked before it was updated. There's shared resource. This occurs when multiple users or systems try to change the same data simultaneously without proper control. Since both updates happen together, the final result depends on which one finishes last, creating confusion. Think of 2 cashiers updating the same inventory spreadsheet at once, and one overwrites the other's work. And there's atomacy violation. An atomic operation should happen all at once, either fully done or not at all. What parts of a process run separately, another request can sneak in between and cause inconsistent results. It's like paying for an item, but before the system confirms it, someone else changes the price. For example, a payment is recorded, but the other confirmation fails because another request interrupts the process. Okay, it's time for some action. Now that we understand the basic concepts, let's take a look at an example of the TBFC shopping cart app and exploit the race condition. Santer, hello, nice to see you here. Hack the planet, my friend. Let's do this.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so configuring the environment. So first we will configure the Firefox to route traffic through Burp Suite. So this is not what we're going to do. We're going to do something slightly different. And I'll be explaining how the vulnerability comes into play when I do my demonstration. So let's go ahead and we will go to here. And so this is the attack box. So the attack box is the machine that's going to be interacting with the vulnerable web application. So we'll just click into the terminal and we'll hit enter to dismiss the terminal. So after that, we're going to open up the web browser. Actually, we're not going to open up the web browser. We're going to open up Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is the program that we're going to be using to attack the application, and we can access it from over here. On the right hand side, there's a desktop icon. So just click on the icon, and then that's going to start up Burp Suite. So while Burp Suite launches, what we're going to do is we're going to put this attack box in full screen. because otherwise we're not going to be able to, well, the interface is going to be very cramped. We're going to go over to the center of the screen, then we're going to go down, and there's this button over here that's labeled View in Full Screen. We can click on this, and then we're going to see the attack box in its own browser tab, which is what we want. And it's still loading up. That's fine. In the meantime, we're going to go back to the TryHackMe page, and we're going to close out the split view here. So exit split view, and we need to keep track of the target IP address. So the target IP address is up here, active machine information, and we're going to copy this. So we'll click on it to copy it. We will click on it to copy it. Okay, and then we'll go over to the attack box. So in the attack box, we need to paste in the IP address, and we can do it over here on the left-hand side of the screen. There's a little box, and we can click into it to expand this, and there's a clipboard here. So in the clipboard, we'll paste in the IP address, and then we will click on the box again to close it. So now we can start up Burp Suite. So to start up Burp Suite, we need to click on Next, and then Start Burp. And then after Burp Suite starts up, we need to do a couple of configuration adjustments. So we need to modify the settings a little bit. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the settings. So we're going to go over to the right-hand side of the screen. There's a little settings button over here. We can click on that. And we can click on, under Tools, there's this tab right here that's labeled Burp's Browser. Click on that. And then we want to scroll down a little bit. There's a section labeled Browser Running. And we're going to click on this checkbox over here, which is labeled Allow Burp's Browser to Run Without a Sandbox. We need to use this. We need to check on this because we need to use the Burp browser to complete the challenge today. So after that, we're done with the settings. So we'll just click on this box here to close the settings window. And then we're going to go over to the Burp proxy. So Burp Suite has a bunch of different tabs with the different tools on them. We're going to click on Proxy. And then we're going to click on Intercept. And under Intercept, there's this button over here that's very, very annoying. And it's called Intercept On. We want to make sure that Intercept is off, because when Intercept is on, we need to manually accept or drop each one of the requests that we make inside the web browser. And that's a big pain in the butt. So we make sure that Intercept is off by clicking on it, and then we open up the Burp browser. So the way we can do that is on the same tab here, we can go over to the right-hand side of the screen. There's a button labeled Open Browser, which is going to open up the browser which is attached to Burp Suite. Okay. So the browser is going to take a couple of seconds to open up, but afterwards, the Burp browser is going to send all the information that goes through it to the Burp Suite proxy, which means that we're going to be able to take a look at all the information inside those requests. So in here, we're going to paste in our IP address that we copied to the clipboard, and we're just going to put a little HTTP:// in front of it. Okay, and they want us to log in. So if we take a look at the web page, TryHackMe web page over here, under Task 2, so they say that we should go over to this this web page here, and they want us to use the username attacker and the password attacker@123. So we can use these credentials to log in. So back at the Burp Suite web browser, so the username is attacker, and the password is attacker@123, and then click on login. Okay, and now we are logged into the TBFC shop. So I'll make this a little bit smaller. And what we want to do is they want to demonstrate the condition that causes people to be able to buy more than what's actually in stock over here. in what is called the race condition attack. Shulk, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Max, right? And welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just going to simulate buying this item over here, Sleigh Toy Limited Edition. We're going to add one to our cart. And then we're going to check out. So we added it, and then we go over to the checkout button, and then we confirm that we're purchasing this. So click on Confirm and Pay. Okay, thank you for your purchase. You will receive an email with all the details. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so after we've purchased this item, we can actually see what went on during the web request inside of Burp Suite. So we will minimize the Burp browser. Then we'll go over to Burp Suite. We'll go over to the Proxy HTTP History tab. So in the HTTP History tab, we can see all of the requests that went on while we are interacting with the website. And the one that we're interested in is the post request that actually bought the items. So we click on the post request here, and let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. So this is all the information that was sent to the server when we made our purchase. So what we can do is we can repeat this. Request. So we'll click on the request, and then we can actually. Okay, let me demonstrate. So this is the request that we sent to the web server. It's got all of the information that we needed to send, and we also get the response. So the server responded in this way. It gave a bunch of response headers, and then it gave us a bunch of information about what we bought. Okay, and so what we're going to do is we're going to repeat this request. We're going to click on the request and then right-click, and then we're going to send this request to the Burp Repeater tool. So we select right-click and then select Send to Repeater, and then you'll see that the Repeater tool lights up orange like this. So we'll just click on the Repeater tool tab here, and then we see the request. So what we want to do is we want to demonstrate that we can actually buy more than what's in stock. And if we go over to, we go back to the shop, we see that there are 9 sleigh toy items left in the stock. What we're going to do is we're going to try to purchase more than 9 of them at the same time. Okay, Felix asks, why do people prefer Burp Suite over Zap Proxy while Zap can do similar things that Burp does? Well, I mean, the answer is that Zap can't do everything that Burp can do. There are a lot more plugins that were designed for Burp, and basically almost everybody who works professionally in web app pen testing uses Burp Suite. They don't use Zap. I think that Zap is a good thing for the industry because there has to be alternatives to Burp Suite, and it often feels like Burp Suite has a monopoly on its market. But yeah. Okay, Shulk says, let's do it your way, and then I will demonstrate another easy terminal way. I mean, you could do this in the terminal as well. It's just that I'll demonstrate the way that you would do it if you're using Burp Suite. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to buy more than 9. So let's try to buy 20 of these. So the way we would do that is we would go to Burp Suite. And Scam Likely, that's a great name. What's a good laptop to use when learning cybersecurity? I'm torn between Mac and Windows. So I would say that if you want to learn reverse engineering, and other low-level concepts, you definitely want to stick to Windows because the chip that is used in Mac laptops is not compatible with learning reverse engineering for x86, so the x86 chipset. Okay, so in Burp Suite, in the repeater over here, what we're going to do is we're going to click True has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much for the subscription, True. We're just going to click on the tab over here, so the 1x tab here, and then we're going to select Add Tab to Group. So we can add the tab to a group. We're going to call this, I don't know, Toy Race Condition 1. And let's give it a funky color. Let's give it the red color, sure. And we'll click on Create, and then what we're going to do is we're going to make a bunch more of these tabs. So in any of these tabs in the repeater, we can duplicate them. So we'll right-click on the tab, and then we'll click on Duplicate Tab, and we'll make, I don't know, maybe 20 of them. And then click on Duplicate. So this makes a bunch of the same requests inside of all these tabs. So they're also inside of this tab group. And what we're going to do is we're going to send all of these requests at once, which means that we're going to be able to purchase more than what is in the stock. So we're just going to click on Send over here, and we're going to send everything in the tab in a group. So send it in a group in parallel, last byte sync. So click on that, and this is going to set the repeater to send everything in a group in parallel. So after that, you can click on it, and you're going to see that in the response, we were able to make these purchases in every one of these tabs. Scam Likely asks, what OS do you use? Well, I'm using Windows 10 as a host machine, and the guest machine is Kali Linux on top. So I'm currently using the Kali Linux machine on top of my Windows machine, and I've got more virtual machines inside of TryHackMe at the same time. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to prove that we oversold this toy by going back to the browser. So we'll go back to the browser, and we will refresh the page. So reload that. And we see that the Sleigh Toy Limited Edition has been oversold by 12 units, and we also got a flag. So THM winner of race. So we'll just copy this. And then we will copy it again to the clipboard, because that's kind of peculiar like that. Then we're going to go back to TryHackMe, and we will supply the flag over here. Okay, so we'll paste in the flag and click on check, and they want us to do one more of these race condition attacks. Mulgars, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's see. Shulk says, you need to explain what happened behind the scenes in the back end. So what happened? So what happened on the website is that the website received 21 of these requests to make this purchase at the same time. And because the application checks whether or not it has the item in stock right before the purchase is made, and because these all came in at once, they all received the notification that the item was in stock. But because all of the items were purchased at the same time, that means that they were able to make purchases in excess of the items in stock. Okay, so Zenny, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Alright, so we're going to do this again, but we're going to be doing it on a different item in the shop. So we're just going to go back to our Burp Suite browser, and then we're going to do the same thing with the Bunny Plush Blue item over here. So we're just going to click on Add to Cart, and then we're going to click on Checkout. And then we're going to click on Confirm and Pay. Okay, thank you for your purchase. Okay, so we now have the baseline request to make this purchase for this bunny plush. Okay, and then we're going to go back to Burp Suite. And in Burp Suite, we're going to go back to the proxy and then the HTTP history tab. So we've got down here, we've got the latest one for the other item. So the post request here is going to, hold on. Okay, but yeah, so this is the latest post request, and we're going to right click and then send this to the repeater as well. And then we're going to go over to the repeater tab, and well, this latest tab is actually tab number 22. So tab number 22, we see that we're sending a post request, and what we want to do is we want to do the same thing we did for the other item. So we'll right click on the tab, we will select add tab to group, so create tab group, and then we will call this toy race condition 2. Okay, and we'll make this one green. Okay, so I think what we can do is we can delete this entire group here, I'm pretty sure. So close all tabs in the group. Okay, and what we're going to do again is we're going to duplicate this. So just for fun, we'll purchase 100 of these toys. We'll see. We saw that I'm pretty sure that the stock was something like 10. Let's check one more time. So in stock, it's 4 items. So just for fun, we'll purchase 100 of them. Okay, so back here, we're going to go to the Burp Suite repeater, right click, and we're going to duplicate this tab 100 times. Okay, and then we're going to click on the button beside the send button. We're going to send them in group in parallel for last byte sync. Okay, and then we're going to click on send group in parallel, and we see everything from, ooh, man, there's just too many of these. Can I reorganize this a little bit? I don't see how I can do it right now. But let's just press the I believe button, and I believe that these all went through successfully. So if we go back to the web application in the Burp Suite browser here, then we will reload the page, and we see that we received a flag. So THM winner of bunny race, and we see that the bunny plush has been oversold by 90. Okay, and let's see. Shulk asks, what made you suspect the race condition bug? Well, I mean, what made me suspect the race condition bug is that they say that we're talking about race conditions in this room, and yeah, that's how you would well, normally how you would suspect that there's a race condition bug is that you would test for it. You could try doing a purchase at the same time, especially of something that's that is of limited stock. And the other thing you could do is you could do a bunch of other business logic attacks as well. But yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and copy that flag, and then we can finish the room. Okay, Shulkas, you can't just try. You can just try anyway. Well, I mean, the thing about the practicality of testing this kind of bug is that it's not in the wild, in real life. It'd be a bit harder to test this kind of bug because it requires actual items to be for sale in some sort of shop, and most of the time what you would be testing is you would be testing inside of like a specialized test environment. So if somebody decided to hire a pen tester to determine if these kind of bugs exist, they would have access to like a testing environment, and they wouldn't have access to the actual production environment. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish the challenge. So we'll just copy the flag. Then we will go over to here, copy the thing again, and then supply the flag. Okay, and then the last thing we need to do is we need to check on this button over here to finish the challenge. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 20 from the Advent of Cyber event from TryHackMe 2025. This room was called Race Conditions Toy to the World. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, and so Shulk says you can smell it from the endpoint, and the behavior right, you need proof to start testing it. If you open the burp history tab, you can find the difference in the time it took to endpoints to respond. So, I mean, we're talking about. Hold on, let me reload the page. We're talking about Burp Suite, right? We're going over to Burp Suite here, and let me close out. Actually, I don't need to close out most of these tabs, so just go over to the proxy, the HTTP history, and so you're talking something about the time it takes. So the history tab, it's here. Let me pull it down. So there's the process goes from here, and we're talking about the the request history. You look at the RGE time. So let's see. So this is probably in the response. So we got our date over here. You can find it at the bottom right. The bottom right. Bottom right, okay, so we're taking a look at response headers. Response headers, here's the time here. And then we can take a look at the other values. Okay, unfortunately I don't have very much time to go through this stuff, because I have to do three of these things all back to back before and get this all done in a timely manner. But thank you very much for letting us know about this. And Claretto says JWT session. JWT session? Yeah. So I mean, this is a JWT cookie over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. So the next room is going to be malware analysis malware.exe. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This is day number 21, and the room is called malware analysis malware.exe. So let's go ahead and start the room. So for each one of these days, we've got a story associated with this. So let's read up on what's going on in the story. So, and in our kingdom of Wareville, just like the others, thousands of files of all kinds pass through the systems every day. From docx, PDF, resumes received by our elves to financial spreadsheets, CSVs from the accounting department, and executable files launched by different applications. But have you ever wondered which of these might be malicious? Which ones could actually belong to King Malware? Interesting question, isn't it? Okay, so the learning objectives for this room. In this task, the TBFC SOC team will investigate one specific file type, the HTA format, a type often used for legitimate purposes, yet just as frequently exploited by attackers. Your mission is to reverse engineer the HTA and uncover how King Malware tricked Wareville's elves. To do this, you'll need to look for application metadata, script functions, network calls or encoded data, and clues about exfiltration. So today, we need to start the attack box. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, we need to go up to the top of the room, and then we need to click on this button labeled Start Attack Box. Okay, so hold on. I think I need to reload this room just a second. HTA is it's like HTML something application, but I need to terminate this machine. Okay, so we will click on Start Attack Box. And that's going to start up the machine that we're going to be using to investigate in this task. So while the machine is loading, we're just going to read up a little bit more about what's going on in this room. So click on the Start Attack Box button and then open the malware sample using Pluma root rooms AOC 2025 day 21 survey.hta. So we're going to be doing that after the attack box finishes loading up. And in the meantime, we're just going to answer these questions over here. So my attack box has started and I'm ready to learn about malware analysis. We'll click on check. Okay, and then we will click on task number 2. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the HTA files, so HTA overview. So not too long ago in the summer of 2025, researchers discovered that ransomware groups were using HTA files disguised as fake verification pages to spread the Epsilon Red ransomware. During that campaign, many organizations were affected, and security teams were reminded how important it is to understand what HTA files are and why they appear so often in corporate environments. So what are HTA files and why do they exist? In Wereville's digital kingdom, not every strange-looking file is a threat. Some were originally created to make the daily work of developers and administrators easier. One such helpful invention is the HTA file, short for HTML application. An HTA file is like a small desktop app built using familiar web technologies such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Unlike regular web pages that open inside a browser, HTA files run directly on Windows through a built-in component called the Microsoft HTML Application Host, or MSHTA.exe process. This allows them to look and behave like lightweight programs with their own interfaces and actions. In legitimate use cases, HTA files serve several practical purposes in Wereville and beyond. Automating administrative or setup tasks, providing quick interfaces for internal scripts, testing small prototypes without building full software, and offering lightweight IT support utilities for daily use. In short, HTA files were designed as a convenient way to blend the simplicity of web with the power of desktop applications, a tool that many TBFC engineers and elves still use to keep SOCMIS operations running smoothly. So let's talk about the HTA file structure. Before the defenders of TBFC can recognize suspicious HTA files, it's important to understand how a normal HTA file is built. Luckily, their structure is quite simple. In fact, it's very similar to a regular HTML page. An HTA file usually contains 3 main parts. So, 1. The HTA declaration. This defines the file as an HTML application and can include basic properties like title, window size, and behavior. Number 2. The interface, which is HTML and CSS. This section creates the layout and visuals, such as buttons, forms, or text. And 3. The script. This is going to be VBS script or JavaScript. Here is where the logic lives. It defines what actions the HTA will perform when opened or when a user interacts with it. Okay, so Robbie O'Neill. Hey, it's been a while, got caught up in college courses. This CTF advent calendar looks fun. It's on the TryHackMe page, correct? Yeah. And Chris, hello, nice to see you here. If you want to take a look at the entire event itself, this is the landing page you want to use. Okay, here's what a simple example of what a legitimate HTA file might look like. Okay, so we've got our HTML format, and so we've got a title and some information that that defines it. So the TBFC utility tool. Okay, we also have our body for the HTML page. And the small example creates a simple desktop window with a button that shows a message when clicked. Okay, so let's skip over to how King Malware turns HTAs into weapons. So HTA files are attractive because they combine familiar web markup with the script execution on Windows. In the hands of a defender, they're a handy automation tool. In the hands of someone wanting to bypass controls, they can be used as a delivery mechanism or launcher. Common purposes of malicious HTA are initial access and delivery. HTA files are often delivered by phishing or run via the mshta.exe program. So there's also downloaders and droppers. An HTA can execute a script that fetches additional binaries or scripts from the attacker's C2. There's obfuscation and evasion. HTAs can hide intent by embedding encoded data, that is, in base64 or some other method, by using short VB script and JScript fragments, or by launching processes within hidden windows. And they live off the land. HTA commonly calls built-in Windows tools such as mshta.exe, PowerShell.exe, wscript.exe, and rundll32.exe to avoid adding new binaries to the disk. Okay, inside an HTA, you'll often find a small script that can be obfuscated or encoded. In practice, this tiny script usually does one of two things: downloads and runs a second stage payload, or opens a remote control channel to let someone else talk back to the attacker's server. These lightweight scripts are the reason that HTAs are effective launchers. A single small file can pull in the rest of the malware. So this is the example that King Malware is trying to use. So let's see. So we're using some VB script over here, and it looks like the VB script is trying to run a PowerShell command from an encrypted string. So I guess the PowerShell command is going to run the encrypted string. It's going to decrypt the string and then try to run the thing. Chris says, luckily HTAs disappeared. I'm not super familiar with HTAs, but I mean, are they something that you encounter very often? And are they still used for malware delivery these days? Okay, let's continue. Okay, when analyzing HTAs, the title and the HTA application tags often reveal how attackers disguise malicious apps. So they might use a convincing name like Salary Survey or an internal tool to appear like safe things. Always check these first. So secondly, there's a VBS or VB script block marked by script language VB script. That's the active part of the file where attackers often embed encoded commands or call external resources. So inside this block, there's a PowerShell command, okay, and it uses a base64 encoded blob, which points to some malicious activity. So for analysis, we'll extract this base64 code and we'll inspect it in CyberChef. So let me go ahead and copy all that stuff, and we'll try decoding this in CyberChef. So we'll go to cyberchef.io, and then we will paste in the input. Okay, so and we know that this is base64 encoded strings, so we'll just grab from base64 and we'll just paste it in here, and we see that what this base64 encoded string was, it was actually a web address for a C2 server. So I guess yeah, so that's an example of some malicious content that can be delivered. Okay, we'll go back. Okay, after the encoded PowerShell command, we can see three key variables. So there's U, there's C, and there's B. So U holds the decoded URL, C stores the content downloaded from the URL, usually a PowerShell script or text instructions, and B converts that content into an executable script block and runs it directly from memory. So let's go ahead and we'll just skip over to what we're supposed to be doing today. So today we're going to be taking a look at a malicious script, and it's located over here in the attack box. So we'll just copy this over, and let's just make the attack box nice and big. and then we will open up a terminal. So inside the terminal, we can open the malicious file by using the Pluma text editor. So I'll just paste it in, and we will take a look at this malware sample called survey.hta. Okay, this opens up the Pluma text editor, and we need to understand a few different things about this malware. And while we're doing this, we're going to be answering the following questions. Shulk, you know, if you're feeling sleepy, get some rest, for sure. Okay, so what are the questions? So the questions is, one of the questions is, what is the title of the HTA application? So the HTA application, Hamish Codes, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Thank you for following on Twitch. So what is the name, what is the title of the HTA application? So we can see here that the title is Best Festival Company Developer Survey. So let's go ahead and plug that in. Best Festival Company Developer Survey. Okay, and the next question is, hold on. Let me reload this page because the formatting got a little bit weird. Okay, so we'll just go down to the bottom over here. Okay, so the next question is, what VBS function is acting as if it is downloading the survey questions? So we're looking for a VB script function inside of the script here, and let's, okay. So we see there's a function called getQuestions, and this is probably the thing that is downloading the survey questions. So it creates an object to this particular IP address, sorry, not IP address, this domain right here, and it's going to get some information from this particular domain. So this one's called getQuestions. GetQuestions. Okay. And the next question is, what URL domain, including the subdomain, is the questions being downloaded from? So we're looking for the URL domain. So the URL domain is located right over here. And we're looking for survey.bestfestivalcompany.com, but it's not the legitimate bestfestivalcompany.com because this is typo squatted. You can see here that there's a couple of repeated letters. Chris says, I didn't encounter it. I was too young when it was popular, but back in the day, a lot of people got hacked because of it. I mean, I'm not super plugged into like malware. What is it called? Malware delivery methods. I know that a lot of malware is delivered via phishing emails, but whether or not people are doing well, I mean, I heard that PowerShell used to be a very popular thing, and as well as VBS scripts, but I'm not too sure what the popular thing is these days. It's probably not going to be like compiled executables, because that doesn't seem like something that seems like something that would get caught pretty easily. Okay, so the domain is survey.bestfestivalcompany.com. Okay, and it says malware seems to be typo squatting domains that look the same as the real one and attempt to hide the fact that the domain is not the intended one. Which character in the domain gives this away? So there's a repeated I in this one, so the letter is I. Okay, and the next question says, malicious HTAs often include real-looking data, like survey questions, to make the file seem authentic. How many questions does the survey have? So, I mean, we can count the number of questions in the survey because they're defined down below. Where are they? Okay, so Question 1, so 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions, 4 questions. Okay, so the answer is 4 questions. So type in 4. And it says here, notice that how even in code the social engineering persists. Fake incentives like contests or trips hide in plain sight to build trust. The survey entices participation by promising a chance to win a trip to where? Okay, so if we go down to the bottom here, it says all participants will be entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a trip to the South Pole. Okay, so the answer is South Pole. Gamer asks, what lesson, what's the lesson that we're doing right now? I mean, we're doing this room from Advent of Cyber right now, but later on, we're going to be doing a demonstration for network pen testing, for a network pen testing exercise on TryHackMe.com. So we're just going to be doing a network pen testing exercise from start to finish. Okay, the next question is, the HTA is enumerating the information from a local host executing the application. What 2 pieces of information about the computer it is running on is being exfiltrated? You should provide the 2 object names separated by commas. So if we go up to the function, over here. So the function is called provide feedback, and it's looking for a couple of things from the local computer. So it's looking for the computer name, and it's also looking for the username on the computer. So these are the 2 things they're looking for, and they send it over to the command and control server here with the URL parameter u equals and h equals. So the answer is computer name and username. Okay, and the next question is, what endpoint is the enumerated data being exfiltrated to? So this is being exfiltrated to the details endpoint, which we can see over here. So /details. Okay, and what HTTP method is being used to exfiltrate the data? So the HTTP method that is being used to send to the C2 server, this is, well, it's either going to be, it's probably going to be either a post request or a get request. So the way we can figure it out is we can see that what is being sent has a URL parameter. So the URL parameter here is u equals and h equals. Most of the time when we send URL parameters, we're definitely going to be using a get request. So the answer is get. Okay, and let's see. After reviewing the function intended to get the survey questions, it seems that the data from the download of the questions is also being executed. What is the line of code that executes the contents of the download? So the line of the code that executes the contents of the download, we'll take a look inside of the function here. And we're looking for something that, I think we're looking for run. Okay, so this is it right here. So it's run object.run, and then we run a command. So it's PowerShell.exe, nop, w hidden, etc., etc. So we can copy this entire line right here, and then we can provide this as the answer. Okay, copy that, and then paste this in. Okay, so it says, it seems as if the malware site has been taken down, so we cannot download the contents that the malware was executing. Fortunately, one of the elves created a copy while the site was still active. Download the contents from here. What popular encoding scheme was used in an attempt to obfuscate the download? So we've got a link here, and we can just put it in a new tab. and we've got this stuff right here. So if you're familiar with the common encoding schemes, this looks a lot like it could be base64 encoded, because it's got it's a string of uppercase and lowercase letters and numbers and maybe a couple of symbols, but we don't see any symbols here. So we're just going to copy all this. Okay, you killed the enter button. I killed the enter button, did I? Okay, so we're just going to copy all this stuff, and then we're going to go over to CyberChef. So CyberChef, we're just going to paste it into the input, and we've already got from base64 to decode from base64. So we see here an extra Visual Basic function. So function AABB, and what this is actually doing is it's doing another encryption function. So if you recognize what's going on, these individual characters, they're being transformed. And they're being transformed in a method called rot13. So rot13 is a very common encryption method, especially in beginner level CTF challenges. So if you go over to something like rot13.com, I can give an example. So this message is secret, then we use the rot13 method, and it becomes this. So if we take this message and we decode it, then we get the original message back. I mean, you are not clicking the button, you are punishing it. I'm not too sure what that actually means. Okay, so if we go back, so if we're doing the rot13 method on some string, and the string is actually going to be this flag variable over here, then we're going to be decoding this flag in just a bit anyway. So let's go ahead and do it now. So we'll grab this flag value, and then we will go over to rot13. We will paste in the flag, and then we get the flag value over here, malware, THM malware analyzed. So we're just going to copy that, and we'll provide this to the TryHackMe page. Okay, we've got a couple of more questions too. So what popular encoding scheme was used in an attempt to obfuscate the download? So we're looking at base64. So base64 is being used to obfuscate the download here. And then decode the payload. It seems like additional steps were taken to hide the malware. What common encryption scheme was used in this script? So we talked about how the script was using rot13 to transform the information. Okay, and so if you want to do side quest number 4, you can access side quest number 4 from this room, but we're not going to pay too much attention to that. We're going to click on the checkbox, and then we're going to finish off by clicking on this button over here. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 21. Day number 21 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room was called Malware Analysis Malhair.exe. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, not leaving by the way, just need to say that stuff for the YouTube videos. We've got one more room that we need to do before we can move on to the next portion of today's stream. Okay, so this is the latest room, and let's start by doing the YouTube intro. Just a second, everybody. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 22 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room is called C2 Detection, Command, and Carol. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're just going to go down to the introduction, and let's read the story that's going on with today's task. The TBFC is very wary since the last series of attacks by the underlings of King Malhair. They are on full alert for anything happening, but they're getting restless. It is too quiet. Sir Elfo of the TBFC takes the initiative and proposes a hunt for command and control traffic using the meticulously collected network traffic. A majority of the TBFC elves object. We don't have the time to go through so much network traffic. Sir Elfo chuckles. Don't fret, for I have a powerful tool to assist us. I present to you RITA, Real Intelligence Threat Analytics. We just need to convert our PCAP to Zeek logs, and RITA will do the rest. Anyone can do it, just follow today's tasks. So our learning objectives for today: convert a PCAP to Zeek logs, use RITA to analyze Zeek logs, and analyze the output of RITA. Okay, so we need to do two things to complete this task. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there split screen available? Yes. So we just need to scroll down here and click on the Start Machine button. Okay, so we just need to wait for this machine to start up, and while the machine is starting up, we're just going to get ahead on the reading. So we're just going to click on this button over here. I've successfully started my target machine. Click on check. And then we're going to go to task number 2. Okay, the magic of RITA. Real Intelligence Threat Analytics is an open source framework created by Active Countermeasures. Its core functionality is to detect command and control C2 communication by analyzing network traffic captures and logs. Its primary features are C2 beacon detection, DNS tunneling detection, long connection detection, data exfiltration detection, checking threat intel feeds, score connections by severity, and show the number of hosts communicating within a specific external IP. It'll also show the date time when the external host was first seen on the network. So the magic behind RITA is its analytics. It correlates several captured fields, including IP addresses, ports, timestamps, and connection durations, among others. Based on the normalized and correlated dataset, RITA runs several analysis modules collecting information like periodic connection intervals, excessive numbers of DNS requests, long FQDN, random subdomains, volume of data over time over HTTPS, DNS, or non-standard ports, self-signed or short-lived certificates, known malicious IPs by cross-referencing with public threat intel feeds or block lists. So RITA only accepts network traffic input as Zeek logs. Zeek is an open source network security monitoring tool. Zeek is not a firewall or IPS or IDS. It does not use signatures for specific rules to take an action. It simply observes network traffic via configured span ports used to copy traffic from one port to another for monitoring, physical network taps, or imported packet captures in the PCAP format. Zeek then analyzes and converts this input into a structured, enriched output. This output can be used in incident detection and response, as well as threat hunting. Out of the box, Zeek covers 2 of the 4 types of NSM data: transaction data and extracted content files. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be converting PCAP files into Zeek logs. So a neat feature of Zeek is that it can convert packet captures into structured logs. So we're going to be doing this over, let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay, and then we will go over to the terminal here that we're going to be using to complete this task. We're going to open up a terminal, and then we're going to be using the commands that they ask us to here. So we're going to run Zeek on a particular PCAP file, and then we're going to convert it over to a Zeek file. Okay, here's the command. So Zeek read PCAP, PCAP's async rat.pcap, and we're going to store this inside of the Zeek logs async rat folder. So we run this command, and it starts up a Docker container, which is nice. We don't want to have to install all the Zeek stuff. And what else do they want us to do? So let's examine the logs created. Navigate to the home Ubuntu Zeek logs async rat. Okay, so cd Zeek logs async rat, and we've got a bunch of log files in here now. Okay, so we're going to now import this into Rita before we can run the Rita program. So we're gonna run this command here. Okay, so this is Rita import. Hold on. So Rita import logs from Zeek logs async rat, and then we're going to create a database called async rat. So we need to create the database before we can run Rita to take a look at these files. So we run this. Okay, and it'll take a couple of seconds to get that done. So now that Rita has parsed and analyzed the data, we can view the results by entering the command Rita view database name. So when we run Rita, you definitely want to have as big of an interface as possible while you're running it, because, well, I'll show you in just a sec. Okay, so on the web page, we want to put the machine here in its own browser tab. So we can go to the center, then we can go down to the bottom. There's a button labeled View in Full Screen. Okay, so this is going to put this machine in full screen tab, which is exactly what we want. We'll just make this nice and big. And what we can do now is we can run the Rita program. So let me go ahead and exit split view here. So we run this command. So Rita view async rat. So we created the database called async rat, and we're just going to run the Rita program from the terminal. Rita view async rat. Okay, and this is still not this is still not enough room. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this terminal a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller still. And let's see if we can get some information here. Okay, so now we can actually see the sidebar. So the sidebar here is actually very important for understanding what's going on here. So we've got two servers. So there's 10.3.14.101 and oh, they're both the same thing. Hold on. What is going on with this weird glow? Okay, so over here we see that there's from this source machine, so 10.3.14.101, it's beaconing out to this destination over here. So Sunshine bizrate.inc software something, and yeah. So we know that this over here is probably going to be a C2 command and control server, and maybe this one as well, this IP address. So we've got beacon. I think we're talking about this is the percentage of traffic, I'm pretty sure. So 12.9% of the traffic is going to this beacon, and then 22.9% of the traffic is going to this other beacon. And we can also see the source and the destination here, and we can see how many endpoints are associated with this. So it's both endpoints in this log, which means that the 100% of the stuff of the servers are beaconing out to this command and control. First seen 1 minute ago, and we see a connection count. So the maximum number of connections that were sent out to the beacon, and we see that it's being sent out over port 443, which is SSL. So this is encrypted web traffic. Okay, let's go back So they talk about all this stuff in here. If you want more information about what's going on in here, you can definitely read more about this in the task information here. So we can also search for certain things as well. For example, over here, we could search for the source or the destination or the beacon or the duration in descending order. And this is how we would do it over here. So we're not super concerned about this to get the task done, but there's a lot of stuff you can do inside of Rita. Okay, let's go down and let's answer the questions. So each will do his part. Now that everybody has gone through the manual, let's hunt these malrabbits down. We put in a lot of effort to capture the network traffic. Let's analyze the PCAPs, Rita challenge.pcap with Rita, and answer the questions below. So use the learn steps to process the PCAP and analyze it with Rita. So we need to import this. We've got this PCAP file here. So let's see. Let me just copy this. And we can exit out of Rita by just doing the Control-C keyboard shortcut to exit the program. Okay, and then we're going to run this command. So we're going to run the same stuff that we did to import the other file. So Zeek read PCAPs is, well, the actual PCAP we're going to read is a different one. It's going to be home PCAPs read a challenge.pcap, and we're going to change the directory we're outputting to. It's going to be home Zeek logs, and we'll just call this challenge. Okay, and then so Zeek logs are saved to, hold on. Let me change up my music just a second. Okay, and then we will do the Rita import. And we're just going to change the name of the files again. So Zeek logs challenge for the first one, and then the database will also call it challenge. Okay, and that's going to import the files. And after the import, we can now view the files inside of Rita. Hold on. Why is this? Okay. Okay, and we'll just run Rita view challenge. This starts up the Rita program, and we got Rita by active countermeasures, and we now have to answer some questions. So how many hosts are communicating with malhair.net? So we can just go over here and we can count the number of hosts. Inside of the interface here, we can page over by using the left and right arrow keys. And we just need to count the number of hosts that are communicating with malhair.net. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6 different hosts that are communicating with this C2. So the answer is 6. Okay, and here it says which threat modifier tells us the number of hosts communicating to a certain destination. So I think we can also take a look at the sidebar here. So source and destination, and we see prevalence. So 6 out of 10. This is the prevalence, and this is called a threat modifier. So this is what they're looking for. This tells us how many of these hosts are communicating with the C2. So prevalence is the answer. Prevalence. Okay, and the next question is, what is the highest number of connections to rabbithole.malhare.net? So what we can do is go back into the interface, and we can take a look at the different hosts that are communicating. Each one of these is going to have a connection count. So in the sidebar, we see connection count here. We got 31 for this one, and we got 40 for this one. We have 38. We have 29. We've got 21. So I'm pretty sure that the highest number is the number 40 here. So we'll just supply this as the answer. 40. Ram31, hello, nice to see you here. And what is up? Nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so the next question is, what search filter would you use to search for all entries that communicate to rabbithole.malware.net with a beacon score greater than 70% and sorted by connection duration descending? So the most of what you need to answer this question can be found in the example over here. So if we go over to search, the search bar up here, and we type question mark. No, we type slash. Okay, we type question mark after slash, and then it gives you an example over here. So multiple criteria can be separated by a space. For example, source, this IP address right here, destination over here, beacon is more than 90%, sort by duration descending. So this is going to be pretty similar to the answer we want to provide. Let me get another terminal. Oh, that didn't copy over. But I've got the answer written down in my notes. Just a second. Okay, let's paste it in. So it looks something like this. Well, it doesn't look something like this. It looks exactly like this. So it's destination, rabbithole.malware.net. So this is the destination. The beacon is greater than 70%. So beacon is, well, I'm thinking that this is 70% confidence. And then we're sorting by duration descending here. So let's go ahead and try giving this to the read it program. Ooh, why did this? Okay, let me just resize my window. You can hit escape to get out of the search, but we can also get back into the search with the slash key and then paste in this right here. And we see here that there are three things that match this description. So destination rabbithole.malware.net. Beacon is stronger than 70%. So we got the 70%, the 97%, it's a couple of these. And yeah, that's the answer for the question. Let's go ahead and go back to TryHackMe. Okay, and the last question is, which port did the host 10.0.0.0.13 use to connect to rabbithole.malhare.net? So if we go back to the read it program and we mouse over to, sorry, we're not mousing over, arrow key over to 10.0.0.13, in the sidebar, we're going to see down at the bottom the port, the protocol, and the service, which is port 80, TCP, and HTTP. So the answer is port 80 in this case. So port 80, check. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for day number 22 from the TryHackMe Advent to Cyber event from 2025. This room was called C2 Detection, Command and Control. Alright everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out. Okay, so we can go back into the room, we can terminate the machine, and thank you everybody for watching while I demonstrated these things. I know that this can be a bit time consuming, but let's move on to the next part of the stream. Okay, and the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a little demonstration. So a demonstration on how to do network pen test, network pen testing. So an easy, quote unquote easy exercise over here. We're going to be doing it through TryHackMe, and this room is called Basic Pen Testing. Let's go ahead and get started. And let me go ahead and put. We're probably not going to do the full hour for this exercise. Let's put 40 minutes on the clock, and we'll see if we can get it done in 40 minutes. If you have an account over at tryhackme.com, you can definitely do this along with us. And Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so to do this exercise, we're going to need to use the attack box. So we're going to click on the Start Attack Box button over here. Water break. Next time I see the advertisement, so we'll do a water break. Okay, so click on the Start Attack Box button. It'll start up the attack box in the split view over here. And we'll just click on task number 1. Hold on, I need to reset my progress in the room. Okay, so scroll down to task number 1, and then click on the Start Machine button. So click on Start on task 1, Start Machine. And let's take a look at the stuff that we're going to be doing in today's task. So we're going to be doing some brute forcing attacks, we're going to be doing some hash cracking, we're going to be doing some service enumeration, and some Linux enumeration. So the main goal here is to learn as much as possible, and let's go ahead and answer the first question. So deploy the machine and connect to the network. Click on check. And the next thing they want us to do is they want us to find the services exposed by the machine. So we'll talk about how to do this in just a sec. I think I can. Yeah, I think this should be okay for showing everything we need to do, because the only thing we're going to be interacting, well, we're mostly going to be interacting with the attack box terminal. I'll show you how to do that in just a sec. So the program we're going to be using to do the first part of the enumeration is called Nmap. So over here, hold on. So this is another terminal, but I'll just show you. Typically when you run Nmap, you run it with a bunch of different arguments, and I'll talk about what these different parts of the command do in just a sec. Typically we run something like this. I'll just talk about, I'll just break down the command. Okay, so nmap is the name of the command. We typically like to run it So nmap is the name of the command we're using. Let's make this a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Okay. So nmap is the name of the command that we're running. This is used to enumerate open ports and services on remote machines. So we typically like to run it in very verbose mode, which means that we're going to get results from the scan before the scan finishes. If you don't run it with in verbose mode, you're going to have to wait until the scan completely finishes before you get any output. So generally that's not the way you want to do it. We also run services and common scripts on whatever we find. So this is actually supposed to be separated into two commands. So S_C runs common scripts on the services that we find, and S_V is going to run versioning information on the services that we discover. So we typically like to run it as fast as possible without being too fast. So this is the number of threads that we're going to be running at the same time. In this case, it's setting number 4, which is very fast, but not too fast. And we run it on a specific number of ports. So typically, to be thorough, we definitely want to run it on all of the TCP ports, and we get it done with this argument over here, -p-. So this is going to scan all 65,000 of the available ports on the remote server, and the last thing we need to provide is the IP address of the server itself. So this is what we're going to run. Let's go ahead and do that. Where's our IP address? So we definitely need to keep track of the IP address of the machine we're going to be scanning against. Inside of the attack box here, we can click on the terminal shortcut, and let's make this a little bit bigger. And then we can run the command. So nmap, and then all the ports, very verbose, run common scripts and versioning information, run it very fast but not too fast on this IP address, so 10.66.141.53. Okay, so we run the command, and we discover a bunch of different ports. So sometimes having a lot of ports open is a good thing, and sometimes it's a bad thing, but we'll figure it out pretty quick. And most of these are well-known ports. In fact, almost all of these are very, very well-known ports with well-known services associated with them. When the scan comes back, it'll tell us a report on the port number, as well as the service that is being provided on it, and the version of the software that is being run. So I got port 22, which runs SSH, which is remote login, and it's running the OpenSSH program, version 8.2.1 for Ubuntu. So this lets us know that the server is probably running the Ubuntu distribution of Linux. And we also have port 80. Port 80 is usually unencrypted web pages, also known as HTTP, and it's running with this software right here, Apache HTTP 2.4.41. Generally, the web server software itself is not something that you're supposed to be, it's not vulnerable to specific hacks, but every once in a while, yes. So you definitely, most of the time, you don't need to pay too much attention to the version of the web server software, but sometimes you do. Okay, so we also have ports 139 and 445, and both of these ports are associated with the SMB service. So SMB is a file sharing service, and they let us know that the software being run is Samba SMBD version 4.6.2. So generally this, we got ads running on Twitch. Okay, when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. Actually, we don't need to run ads on YouTube because it's automated right now. Anyways, we're going to take a little water break, but while the water break is running, please enjoy these birds, and we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, TechV Advance. Thank you. I forgot to change up my overlays. Okay, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. And we'll put the birds away, we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so what were we talking about? So the SMB protocol is also being run on the server, and Linux implementation of SMB is called Samba. So Samba lets Linux communicate with file shares on Windows. And yeah, so that's what's going on here. So port 8009 is not a typical port that is that we see out in the wild, but apparently this is Apache JServe. So JServe, not super familiar with it, but it's another one of these things from the Apache project, huh? Or the Apache Foundation. Okay, so I mean, it seems like this would be just like a typical web page, because that's what I'm getting here. We also have port 8080, which is typically used as a HTTP proxy, and in this case, it's running the Apache Tomcat software. So Apache Tomcat is basically it's a web server that's able to run Java applets, and this is also something we can take into account as well. So let's go ahead and check out one of these services. I think the easiest thing to enumerate right now would be the SMB service. So SMB, we typically do this on Linux by using the enum for Linux program. So enum for Linux is going to give us a lot of information about this particular web server, or the SMB service on this web server rather. Let's go ahead and run it. Enum for Linux. I need to spell correctly. Everybody, if you don't spell things correctly, you do not get to hack, which makes you very sad. Okay. So this gives you a lot of information, but I'll show you what the relevant information that you need to pay attention to is. Generally, you can go up to the beginning of the output. And it shows you some interesting information about the file shares. So we've got the file shares, we've got basic 2. No, these are not file shares. Hold on. Here are the file shares. So there's the anonymous file share, and then there's the IPC $ file share as well. So typically what we want to do is we want to take a look at what is listable, and in this case the anonymous file share is listable. So we can check that out by going down to, we'll use the SMB client command. So SMB client / and then the IP address 10.66.141.53, and we'll access the anonymous share. It'll ask us for a password. We don't have a password, but it still lets us in anyways, because it's a very permissive file share. We can take a look at the contents of the file share here, and we've got a file called staff.txt. So inside of SMB, to download a file, you can't read the files directly off of SMB. You need to download them first. So you can get staff.txt to download it, then you can exit out of the SMB service. So after that, we'll take a look at what is in staff.txt. So it says, announcement to staff, please do not upload non-related items to this share. I know it's all fun, but this is how mistakes happen. This means U2 Jan, and we see that it's signed K. So this lets us know important information about the users on the system. So there's a Jan user and there's a K user. So we can start making a little list of users. So we'll just create one in the text editor nano. So user.txt, we'll add Jan and we'll add K. And let's go ahead and visit the web page. So the other thing we could do is we can take a look at all the web pages that are being hosted on this particular server. So another thing that we should do is when we run any of our commands, we should probably redirect the output to a file. So if we run an nmap command like this, and we want to take a look at the output of the command later, we can output it to a file called, I don't know, nmap1.txt. So we'll just run the command, and we'll put it up there. The other thing we could do is we could just manually navigate to the web page. We'll start up the attack box browser. And I think we've got a bunch of questions we're supposed to answer. So find the services exposed by the machine, check. Okay, and it says here that there's a name. What is the name of the hidden directory on the web server? So, I mean, eventually we would be able to find this this directory. Hold on. I guess while we have. So if we just visit the web page here, it says undergoing maintenance, check back later. But anytime we encounter a web page, especially a landing page, we usually like to take a look at the page source. So we can right click, we can select view page source, and we see something in the comments. So these are HTTP comments, and typically the HTTP comments, these are not rendered by the web pages, but there's sometimes sensitive information inside of these comments. So it says check our dev note section if you want to know what to work on. So dev note, I mean, could it be called dev note? Okay, well, I mean, dev note doesn't exist. I mean, dev note, maybe it's in the developer directory. We can also try navigating directly to the developer directory. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. So Zenny asks, where is your schedule on Discord? I saw it a few days ago. Did you remove it? No, it should still be there. If you go over to the Discord, what is it called? The stream schedule channel, you should see it there. And Devious369, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we'll just go back to our terminal here. And what we're going to do is I might as well make a couple of different tabs. Okay, so in this other tab, what we're going to do is we're just going to run a very quick directory busting attack on the web server. So what is the IP address for this thing again? So it's 10.66.141.53, and we can just slap a HTTP on top of this because it's running unencrypted web pages. What this command is going to do, it's going to do a very quick directory busting scan with a very short list to let us know if there's some there is a development directory. So we were able to use the tool to figure out if there were specific endpoints. So we found index.html, server status, and we found development. So we might as well check this out inside of the web browser. So we go to /development, and we've got two files in here. So there's dev.txt and j.txt. We'll click on dev.txt. And what does it say? I've been messing with this strut stuff. It's pretty cool. I think it might be neat to host on this server as well. Haven't made any real web apps yet, but I've tried that example to show off how it works. Okay, so these are being signed with letters J and K. Devious369 says, nothing much, man. How are you? I just did that room yesterday. Noob to THM, though. Been having fun. Yeah, I mean, the first thing you can definitely do these beginner rooms over at TryHackMe, but eventually what you want to do is you want to eventually graduate to using your own virtual machine for learning about cybersecurity. I've got a video on my channel that walks you through how to create a virtual machine for learning cybersecurity. I think it was called VirtualBox in Kali or something like that. This one over here. Okay, let's go back. So let's see, SMB has been configured. I got Apache up. So these are Not super interesting. They do tell you a little bit about what kind of technologies are being used. So they talk about struts, and they also talk about SMB. This gives you some more information about what technologies exist on the server. So if we go back, we check out j.txt, and it says for J. I've been auditing the contents of etc. Shadow to make sure that we don't have any weak credentials, but I was able to crack your hash really easily. You know our password policy, so please follow it. Change that password ASAP. So this was for the J user, and we know from taking a look at the notes earlier that the J user is probably the Jan user that we identified. So this note says that their password hash is very easy to crack, which means we can probably do a brute force attack to try to get access to the server as this J user. So let's go down. So bit008 says if the machine has a DNS server in port 53, how would you approach it to reveal possible routes? So if you've got port 53, I think there's a pretty good guide over at Hacktricks. Hacktricks port 53. Huh. It's hard to. Okay. Let me look up Hacktricks. So Hacktricks is a website. It used to. Well, it's created by the same person that made, what is it called? Linpeas and Winpeas. So it used to be a very. I find it. Okay, let's look it up. So port 53. Pen testing port 53. Nope. Let me just type in DNS then. Hold on. Okay, so DNS, exfiltration DNS, external recon methodology DNS. I think this is what you want to take a look at. Panko says it's kind of bloat right now. Yeah, I mean I found that it's a bit harder for me to find relevant information on Hacktricks. It's a bit hard to deal with the website. That's true. And hey, Panko is here. If you don't follow Panko, she also does InfoSec streams, doing hacking and stuff. But she also has a lot of funny skits on her live stream. So go ahead and check her out if you're not following her already. All right, let's continue. So we're dealing with, what is it? So we're dealing with a potential like brute force attack scenario. Normally, I don't really recommend doing brute force, especially for stuff like SSH, but this is something that you'll find a lot on easy CTF boxes or easy network hacking exercises in general. So in this case, let's talk a little bit more about this before we actually do the attack. So what do we get? We have a username, Jan. We have a note that says that Jan's password is weak. So we have an open SSH service. So that leads us to believe that we can do SSH brute forcing against Jan's account. So typically the way we do this is we do it with, there are a bunch of different brute force attacking programs. For these easy CTF boxes, we generally like to use one called Hydra. And this is what we're going to be doing to get our initial access. So I'll show you how to do it over here. Oh, looks like I need to change out my music just a second. Okay, so we're just going to, let me get my syntax for Hydra. Looks like I haven't done a Hydra attack on this one, on my thing on quite a while. Hold on. So generally what I do is I've got all of the syntax for my tools in my write-ups, and I've got my write-ups on my computer. Okay, so something like this. So we run Hydra, and so this is verbose, and I don't know about this other stuff. So we run Hydra, we run it against a particular username. In this case, it's going to be the Jan user. So Jan, and for the password, we're going to be using a common password list. Most of the time when we do these brute force attacks and these cracking attacks, we like to use a common list called rocku.txt. It's usually located in user, share, word lists, rocku.txt. And we run it with a lot of threads, and we run it against the SSH service. So just kind of like this. So a lot of the time when you're doing these exercises, you want to keep track of all of the commands that you run and record them so that if you ever do something that's similar in the future, you can always reference back to your own notes. And yeah, then you will not forget your commands. Okay, so we're just paste in this command here, and we'll just sub out the IP address with the one that we're attacking, which is over here. So we're running the Hydra tool now, and so sometimes these brute force attacks take a really long time. So in the meantime, we can just leave this running, and we can go over to another tab and start doing some other stuff. So if for some reason this stuff didn't really give us any results, we could go back to our nmap results and take a look at the other ports that are involved. In this case, we don't really need to, but we've got a bunch of other things that we could enumerate as well, such as the Tomcat application that's running on port 8080, or the JServe application that's running on port 8009. But in this case, this should be coming back to us pretty quick. Oh well, we'll just leave it attacking for a little bit. Okay, so let's answer some of the questions. So down here, so what is the name of the hidden directory on the web server that we found? We found the developer directory. Enter the name developer. Did I spell this incorrectly? Do I not know how to spell? Hold on, let's go back to development. Okay, it's not developer, it's development. Okay, so use brute forcing to find the username and password. So the username and password, we're in the middle of our brute force attack right now. So let's go and see if it is done. Okay, so we managed to find a correct set of credentials for Jan on the SSH service. So the password is Armando. So let's go ahead and try logging in. So we can SSH at Jan at 10.66.141.53. Okay, they ask us if we want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. And we type in the password, Armando. Remember that when you're typing in a password in Linux, you will not see anything appear on the screen. This is normal. Just type in your password and hit enter. And now we're logged in. So I guess just to make this a little bit more fun, we're going to call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we broke into the server. So let me call up the Scary Hacker Voice Man, and then we can talk about it, how we broke in.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Basic Pen Testing Administrator, it seems like you're using weak passwords. That is a big mistake. We managed to find the development notes lying around your server, and then we used Hydra to brute force the Jan user's SSH password. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
All right, we broke in. We broke in, and now we've got access to the server. So we're currently logged into the remote server. Xmetric, hello, Mr. Robot. Yeah, that's a clip from Mr. Robot for sure. Mr. Robot called. They want their top hat back or something like that. All right, so the first thing we like to do when we explore, we get access as a new user on one of these boxes is we try to figure out if we've got sudo permissions on this particular server. So Armando, so we cannot run sudo on here, and that's fine. Okay, so what we want to do now is we've got our initial access. So typically when we do these kind of boxes, there are a number of different steps. So there's port scanning. And then from port scanning, we do enumeration. We try to figure out what services exist on the box, what kind of version numbers for the software are being run, and then after enumeration, we can do our, let's see, so initial access. So initial access is basically getting actual direct access to the server. After you get initial access, you want to do privilege escalation. And after privilege escalation, you want to do... Oh, what is it called? It was called post... So post-ex, but generally the CTF challenges that we do only lead up to the step number 4, which is after privilege escalation. You basically get your flag and you complete the challenge. So I guess for number 5 is going to be gathering and submitting flags. Okay, so we're on privilege escalation. We basically want to find some way to elevate our privileges from our current user to the super user, which is the root user. So the way we do it is, let's go back. So the other thing we could do is we could see if there's anything exciting in our current directory here. So this is the home directory for Jan. And it doesn't look like there's anything too exciting here. So there's also the K user and the Ubuntu user. So let's take a look at K's directory. So typically, you're not supposed to be able to enter any other user's directory, but it seems like there is some insecure settings going on here. So we got our nano directory, we got our password.back. So pass.back seems like a pretty interesting file because if this is labeled directly, this is a backup password for this user. And we're currently in the K users directory. And let's see. Harsh Vard says, can you show some postx though, just for this one? Yeah, I can show you some steps that we would do in postx after we get our root access to it, sure. So pass.back, what kind of file is this? File pass.back. So regular file, no read permission. So we can't read this this backup file. So we can't read it. Yeah, permission denied. So pass.back. What are we supposed to be doing from here? Let's get a hint. So the username for that we got initial access as is the Jan user, and the password was Armando. Okay, and the next question says, what service do you use to access the server? So this is SSH. Okay, it says, enumerate the machine to find any vectors for privilege escalation. We found another user, which was the K user. So what else is going on here? So we're currently in the K user's home directory. We can't read most of this stuff according to these file permissions. Oh, you know what? So the K user has a .ssh directory in here, and this isn't super realistic. Most of the time, other users are not supposed to be able to read. Well, they're not supposed to be able to read anything in the other users' home directories, and they're certainly not supposed to be able to read stuff inside of other users' SSH directories. So, what is LSSHT? Miguel. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, we can't read this directory, so we're not too sure what this might be. Less is... This might be a history for the less command. So HST like kind of makes me think about history, and less is a command inside of Linux. Are we K? We're Jan. We're the Jan user. So let's move into the .ssh directory, and we see that there's an SSH private key in here. So this is also a pretty common way of getting privilege escalation inside of these easy CTF exercises. So there's a key file over here that we can use to log in as the other user, K. And if we take a look at this, this is the typical format for an SSH private key. What we can do is we can create our own private key and then log in as this user. So we just copy the entire contents of this. And then we can go back to our terminal where we're not logged in. So we can create our own ID RSA file with the nano text editor. Just paste in the contents here and we'll save the file. And Miguel says this is an easy machine, right? Yeah, it's supposed to be an easy machine. Okay, we got an ad break going on Twitch. I'm just going to take a very short water break. But while the water break is going on, why don't you check out these woodpeckers? Here they are. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Sorry about the ads, everybody, but I mean, on the bright side, it does give me an opportunity to have a water break every once in a while. But yeah. I mean, I'm not super crazy about watching ads myself. Okay, let's put the birds away. We'll get back to the hack in action. Okay, so we just created this SSH private key in our... Where is it? There are too many of these files in here. Okay. All right, so we see IDRSA in here. The other thing, well, one thing, a couple of special things about SSH private keys. Let's talk a little bit about this before we start. So SSH private keys can be used in the place of passwords to log into SSH. Okay, SSH private keys need to have very strict file permissions to work with SSH. And SSH private keys can sometimes... HexJitter says, I love to support. New here, by the way. Hello, and welcome to the stream, HexJitter. Thank you. Okay, so SSH private keys can sometimes have passphrases that need to be used with them. And typical names for SSH private keys can be something like ID RSA. So this is typically ID and then underscore and then the algorithm that was used to create the key. So in case it could be RSA, it could be ED, whatever it is, or a couple of other algorithms as well. But typically when you're doing these easy networking hacking challenges, you'll see the private key called like ID RSA. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So the ID RSA key in this case, it doesn't have the correct permissions. We need to modify these. So we can do chmod 600, and that's going to make it so that the private key can only be read and written to by its file owner. So we modify it, and then we can use it to try to log in as the K user. So we run SSH K at, what was that IP address? This one. 10.66.141.53, and we need to indicate the name of the SSH private key here. So ID RSA. So it says enter passphrase for key ID RSA. We don't have the passphrase for this, but we could try to crack the passphrase for this. So we don't know this, so we need to exit out of here. So typically these SSH private keys, we can extract the hash out of them for cracking by using like a tool called RSA or SSH2John. Let's see if we've got it installed. So SSH2John is not installed. That's fine. I think we can locate it. Okay. So it's a Python script, so we need to run the Python script. So run Python opt john ssh2john.py on ID RSA and redirect it into a file called key.hash. Okay, and then after that, we'll see the contents of key.hash, and this is a hash that we can pass over to the John the Ripper program to crack the password for this hash. So we'll run John the Ripper with the word list. And the word list is going to be the same word list we used to brute force the password. So user share word list rocku.txt, rocku.txt, and we'll run it on key.hash. Okay, so we're just going to wait for this to come back. Generally, cracking is a lot faster than brute forcing, because brute forcing has you have to, it's only as fast as the server allows it to be. And in the case of cracking, you can usually go through like a really large word list when you're cracking very quickly. So we managed to find the passphrase for the IDRSA key. It's beeswax. So we'll try to log in again as the K user. Okay, we know that the passphrase is beeswax. And now we're logged in as the K user. So we've done what is called horizontal privilege escalation to become a different user. And the next thing we need to do is we need to take a look at this pass.back file. I mean, we can read the file. Okay, let's take a look at it. Pass.back. Okay, so it's it looks like a password. So here is a really strong password that follows the password policy. So this is probably the password for K. The reason why we would need this is because we got access to this account as the K user, but we don't have their password. And without their password, there are a couple of things that we can't do. So we can't check for privilege escalation via sudo without their password. So let's go ahead and try to get our sudo permissions. So we need to provide the password. We just copied it, pasted in. So it says user K may run the following commands on this server here. So all. So this basically means that K is a administrator user on the system, which means they can become the root user. So the way that you become the root user is you would run this command, sudo su. So su for switch user. If you run it with sudo, it assumes that you're trying to become the root user. So give this command, and now we're the root user. So who am I? We are root, which means we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how we did our privilege escalation and how we maneuvered through the box. So on this box, the first step was port scanning. So after we did the port scanning, we discovered the web service. And we did some enumeration on the web service. So through the web service, we were able to figure out that there was a weak password for a particular user. Panko says, it makes me so happy every time. Classic comedy. Okay, so after we took a look at the web service enumeration, we found out about weak passwords. And there's the SSH service. And I guess the other thing that we figured out as well, so step 3, step 4, step 5, is we did some enumeration on the SMB service. And from there, we figured out the usernames. So we found, from the web service enumeration, we found out that there were weak passwords. And since there's SSH, we did SSH brute forcing. SSH brute force attack, which we managed to get initial access. So from there, We stole another user's. We stole an SSH private key, but we couldn't use the SSH private key immediately. We needed to do some SSH private key passphrase cracking. So after that, we got our lateral privilege escalation. And from there, lateral privilege escalation, and then we read a user file for password, sudo su, we're root. Yay. Okay, and Lazik asks, what are you hacking genuinely? Hacking genuinely? I mean, well, I'm just doing a demonstration. So the demonstration is on an easy CTF box, which is this one right here. So we don't hack things that we don't have permissions to hack, because we don't commit crimes on stream. Because if you commit crimes on stream, you get your account banned. Anyways, let's finish off those questions over here. So if you found another user, what can you do with this information? So in this case, we stole their SSH private key. What is the final password you obtain? Oh. A little bit of crime is a treat? Well, I don't endorse it. I don't endorse it. Okay, so we'll just copy the password here, and I think we need to supply this for the last thing. Okay, so somebody asked about PostX, and I think we can demonstrate it, just briefly. Okay, so typically there are some things that you would do in PostX. Let's talk about this. So a couple of things that you can do in once you become root is you can grab grab the etc shadow contents and do some password cracking. So if there are other users on the system that you don't have access to yet, you could try cracking their passwords. This is very useful in case the users practice password reuse. After you crack the other passwords, you can start looking around for their accounts on other systems. And another thing we can do is we can do IP routes and discover other hosts. So typically over here, we're now the root user, right? Who am I? Root, yeah. We can take a look at the etc shadow file, and we can try to crack the other user's passwords. The other thing we could do is we could take a look at the configuration. Whoops, ifconfig. And we can take a look at possible other IP addresses that the machine might be hooked up to. So here we only have one interface with a network address. But if this particular machine had 2 different interfaces or 3, then we could do some enumeration on that as well. So what else could we do? We could also leave some backdoors. So we could try creating some cron jobs, or we could try creating some extra users through which we could get a backdoor into the system. And yeah, so let's see. If there are any other obvious things that leave backdoors, If anybody else has some, well, I mean, I actually don't do very much post-text myself. If you've got some other steps that we should be doing, let us know in the chat. Okay, so I think we're about ready to leave and move on to the next thing. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next portion of today's stream. So this is topic 3. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Everybody, I just want to tell everybody that we're going to be having our interview with our DefCon CTF winner, Yan OK, and that's going to be going on after about 45 minutes. So I'm just going to set the timer for 45 minutes. And yeah, so what we're going to be doing until the interview is we're going to be doing Linux modules over at TryHackMe. It's we seem to be doing a lot of TryHackMe, but TryHackMe is a pretty good platform, especially because I've got a membership over at TryHackMe just for this month. So we might as well use it while we can. Everything that I do, of course, is free, so you don't need to worry about having to pay for any of this stuff. Okay, so here's Linux modules, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be learning a bunch of different fun tools in Linux. So we got DU, we got tricks that we can do with grep, tr, awk, sed, xargs, curl, wget, xxd, and so many more. So we're going to start our attack box over here. We don't necessarily need to use the attack box, but actually wait. I think we might want to not use the attack box for this, because we can't download any of these files. Hold on. I guess we can start up the attack box, and I'll start looking around for the stuff. Just a second, everybody. I need to take a little. I need to take like a minute, because I need to start up the heater in my room because it's super cold in here. Just a second, everybody. All right, back. So, I mean, we all love... so I'm doing more Linux tricks over here, but more than this particular room, I really recommend this website right here called commandchallenge.com that we were having a lot of fun with for like 3 weeks or so. So the challenges over here are really great, but we've finished basically everything here. But if you're interested in challenging your Linux skills, this is a pretty good website to do it. Okay, so the attack box isn't quite done yet. Fanto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we're going to be learning about all these different commands in here, and I think we can probably keep this split up as well. All right, let's open up the terminal. And I need to see if we actually have the download files or the task files that we're going to be using here. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So locate rooms. Root rooms. Okay. cd root rooms. Yeah, there's not one for Linux modules, so we can't use the attack box for this particular room. Alright, I guess I'm going to have to terminate my attack box. we're going to be working off of our native terminal here, which is Kali Linux. If you've got a Kali Linux machine of your own, you can, well, if you have a Linux machine of your own, you can follow along. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit inconvenient. Okay. Let's move on. So the introduction is over here. We're going to be talking about du, grep, tr, awk, sed, zargs, curl, wget, etc., etc. So complete that. Then we'll move on to du, which is disk usage. So du is the command in Linux that helps you identify which files and directories are consuming how much space. If you run a simple du command in the terminal, we would get something like this. I actually don't use du very often because I'm usually not super concerned about disk usage on my system unless I run out of room. So du. So let's see. Gasp. I'm a beginner to bash scripting. Any recommendations for good courses? Good courses for bash scripting. Probably something like W3 schools. Let's hope there are no sysadmins watching. Wait, Panakapanko, are you a sysadmin? Don't tell your dad. I'm pretty sure your dad is a system administrator. So I'm pretty sure that we got bash in here too, right? Bash. Yeah, here it is. So I think we've got like there's a section on bash scripting inside of W3 schools here. So give it a shot. Okay, so let's move on. So important flags. So list files as well as the folder, list all sizes in human readable format. I mean, personally, I'm not super concerned about using the du command. If I ever needed to use the du command, I'd probably, search for syntax. Let's move on to more exciting stuff like grep. So learning how to use grep is kind of like an art inside of Linux. And inside of task 3, we're going to download this task. So download task file, and that's going to, it's a text file. Great. Okay, let's make a directory for this. So we'll just move into this directory, and then we will move the file that we just downloaded. What was the file called? Grep. It's called grep. Okay, so now we've got this text file in here. If we just try to read the text file, it's not going to be super useful. So what we need to do is we need to use our cool grep skills to get just what we want from the file here. Actually, I wonder if I can host this. No. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we can very easily share the file. I wish we could. Okay, so let's figure out what we're supposed to be doing here. So is there a difference between egrep and fgrep? So egrep and fgrep are two different types of, well, they're technically, they are considered different programs, but you can also just use grep with either the E argument or the the capital F argument to get the same stuff. So I've heard of egrep. Egrep is used for regular expressions, but fgrep, not super familiar with that. So as usual, if there's anything that you need to know about any commands, so you can do grep -- help, and let's look up the capital F. So fixed strings. So fixed strings, patterns are strings. So -E is patterns are extended regular expressions. What is the difference between fgrep and regular grep in this case then? Because I thought by default what we searched for were strings. Anyways, let's go ahead and answer those questions. So is there a difference between egrep and fgrep? Yeah, I'm gonna say yay. Okay, and what flag do we use to list out all of the lines not containing the pattern? List out all of the lines not containing the pattern. So this is a pretty common thing inside of grep. It's -v, and -v means don't include these things. So let me give you a demonstration. So we can create a file called test.txt, and we'll put in some things. So HackerFrogs, and we'll do frog, and we'll do the shy hat, and like and subscribe. That's not how you spell subscribe. You know, all this good stuff. So if we were to grep this file, grep test, and we don't want to see any, well, so if we grep for if we grep for frog in test.txt, we would get these two lines. But say we don't want to see any lines with the word hacker in it, we would do grep frog.test.txt, but we would also do, let's see, -v on hacker. Hold on. Pipe that into grep v hacker, and then we just get the result frog. Awesome. Okay, let's move on and learn more. So download the given above file and answer the following questions. Okay, so what user did you find in that file? So we're looking for a user. So we're looking for a user inside of this file called grep whatever over here. So we grep the file. Why is it? Hold on. Typically, I'm not running grep directly, but I'm usually running grep off of a pipe. We'll look for a pattern. We'll look for a pattern called user. Huh. So we didn't manage to find any users. If we just take a look at this file itself, they're asking us to look for a user, but everything seems to be a base64 encoded string. So do we need to base64 decode this string, this file first? So base64 decode on this thing. Okay, so I mean, it looks like base64 encoded, but the decode looks weird. Okay, so what user did you find in that file? Download the above. Let's get a hint. Case insensitive, maybe? Case insensitive. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to find anything even if it's case insensitive. So case insensitive is grep is the -i. And is it dash lowercase I or capital I? Grep help. Ah, okay. So I is ignore case. So I is not case sensitive. So we'll cat this thing, and then we'll pipe it out into grep insensitive user. Ah, okay. We found something. So Bob the Builder Bob the Builder. Okay, so this is the answer for the next question. I'm assuming that that this is where it ends. Okay, check that. What is the password of that user? Password? I guess we can look for a password inside of this stuff as well. So we'll grep insensitive for the word password, or maybe just pass. Okay, so we found a password in here as well. Is too sensitive. Is too sensitive. Linux is God. Linux is God. Wait, so is it this? So is Linux is God the password? We'll paste it in. Can you find the comment that user just left? So we're looking for a comment. Linux is God indeed. Well, to some people. Okay, we F society. Well, more of our Mr. Robot stuff. Okay. Copy that. Done. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So, did somebody say strops? Strops? I don't know what this is. String operations. Oh, okay. I've never heard it called strops before. So for strops, we have the following tools. So we've got tr, awk, sed, xargs. We got sort and unique. Okay, we're going to be talking about this stuff. So tr is a pretty nifty command. Most of the time when I use the tr command, I'm using it to delete certain characters or replace one character with another character. So I think, do they want us to do something specific with the tr command? Okay, read the above, done. Run tr help command to tell you how to select any digit in the string. Select any digit character in the string. Okay, so I guess we need to RTFM, huh? Okay, so if we want to get help for the tr command, we do tr -- help. And I think we're looking for any number. So it's going to be this one. It's going to be digit. Let's copy that. Okay, what sequence is equivalent to the AZAZ set? So this is when we're using tr to match on any letter, uppercase or lowercase. And I think it's like the alpha, right? Alpha. So alpha is all letters. Okay, that's done. And what sequence is equivalent to selecting hexadecimal characters? This might come in really handy in the future because we often come across hexadecimal, what is it called? Representation? So X digit is all hexadecimal digits. Okay, copy that. And now we're dealing with awk. So the awk command. So this is the mostest powerful tool in my arsenal. I can't think of any other command that can do something and not awk. It's like an all-in-one tool. If you ever played CSGO, you can totally relate AWK with AWP. So awk is a scripting language used for manipulating data and generating reports. The awk command programming language requires no compiling and allows the user to use variables, numeric functions, strings, and other logical operators. Okay. So just because it's the super tool, that's not necessary, and that doesn't mean it's not necessary to learn about other tools. So the awk command can be fairly longer to solve an operation than using sed or xargs. Okay, so we'll learn about how to use awk in just a second. We need to download the task file, and then we need to move it into our current directory. Let's do that. So move from downloads. Yeah, just like this. Okay, so we've got this file that we need to run awk on. What does it look like? Huh. Interesting. And thank you very much for following on Twitch. Immortal Bunghole. Immortal Bunghole. Thank you for making me say that. That's great. And welcome to the stream. We've got some famous YouTubers. So the famous YouTubers, we got IPSEC, we got John YouTube, we got the Cyber Mentor, Live Overflow, Nahum Steckenstock. Okay, let's go ahead and figure out what we're supposed to be doing with this stuff. Okay, so generally when we... okay. So when we run awk, we can print particular fields, and the fields are by default separated by spaces. So in this case, we can print $1, which is the first field, or $3, which is the third field. And let's go ahead and try experimenting with this. So awk print something something. Awk print. What does it look like? So $1. And we can run this with the file name. What'd I do wrong here? Oh, we need to put this in between quotes. So print needs to be between some quotes. Okay. So in this case, it only prints out the first item in each line. We can also get it to print out the second item, the third item, etc., etc. And we can get it to print out multiple objects at the same time. Yeah. So this is pretty neat by itself. And what else do they want us to do here? So the 0 variable points to the whole line. Okay, so we can get the whole line by doing print 0. So print 0. So this is the entire thing. Very good. More on variables. NR is the number record. It's a variable that keeps count of the rows. You can use the NR command to number the lines. Oh, okay. So we can go back in here, and we can put in NR print 0. No? What does the syntax look like? Oh, print NR. Okay, so this will number each one of these lines. That's pretty cool. And we can print out the first thing. Or the third thing. Awesome. Okay, so what do they want us to do for the questions? Read the above. Done. Okay, download the above given file, awk.txt, and use the awk command to print out the following output. So in this case, we're printing out the first thing and then the last thing, and then we need to insert a colon in the center here. So it's pretty easy to get the first thing, and so 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first element and the fourth element, like this. But we need to separate these by the colon. So how do we do that? So they probably talk about it. Field separator. Okay, so the field separator will be actually, wait. So the output file, we don't need one of those. Debug your awk scripts, we don't need to do this. Specify variables. We don't need to do that. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of search. So awk separate with colons. So you can use awk to handle colon separated data. Well, I mean, we're not doing colon separated data. We want to separate the fields with the separate fields with colons. Okay, to separate fields with colons, you need to set the input field fs to a colon. So this can be set with the -f. So -f action file name. awk-f colon action. So awk-f, so we just put this in at the beginning. Let's give this a try. Syntax error. This didn't this didn't work. This didn't work. Setting the fs variable, you can set this variable with the awk script, often with the beginning. Begin with fs. So they want us to So how will you make the output? The following output is here. We're printing, I'm pretty sure the print goes here. And awk goes here. So awk goes here. And then a bunch of stuff. And then here is the print. Print the first element and the fourth element. And oh, this is probably going to be a single quote. And this is like awk.txt. Yeah, so we just need to figure out what goes in here. Well, I mean, we probably know that this is going to be like a single quote. This is a single quote. And we need to put something in there. So it's going to be something like I'm not even sure. So awk help. So field separators are Oh, you know what? I think I know how to search for this. So awk separate with commas instead of spaces. Okay, to separate fields with commas instead of spaces in awk's output, you need to set the output field separator to a comma. So -v, osv. Oh, we don't want comma, we want colon. But that's fine. Let's give this a try. Okay, well, I mean, this works. This gets the exact output we want. Let's see if we can paste this in. To TryHackMe. This looks a bit awkward. Hold on. Paste it in, .txt. No? Hold on. Let me see if I can type this out manually. Okay, it's gonna be awk-v. Oh, they don't want... Let's get the hint. So it starts as awk begin OFS. Ah, okay, okay. So awk begin OFS. Let's grab this. Awk begin OFS equals this. And then print. Oh. Print 1, and then 4. Uh-oh. Something weird happened. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah. It's looking kind of weird. So print 1, and then 4. One and then 4. Okay, this doesn't work. Do I get rid of these? Double quote? Yeah, maybe. So this is a syntax error. So syntax error, yeah, we need to replace these. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, so remember when you're, you can't put double quote, well, you can't put single quotes inside of other single quotes. You have to alternate between single quotes and double quotes. So let's see if this works. Okay, great, we did it. Okay, how you make the output is the following. There can be multiple answer it using the above specified variables in the begin pattern. So we got, alright. So in this case, we are getting only, so the separator is going to be like a comma. The separator is the comma, print just the first thing. And we need to make sure that it all comes onto, it all goes onto one line. So how do we get it to not do line breaks? I think they talked about this earlier on over here. So specify which variables, debug your awk script, field separators. Oh, they gave us examples in these, okay. So print one. By default, it separates rows with, oh, okay. So we can also do rs. We can also specify the record separator, which is going to be, can we specify this to be none? Oh, maybe we do it like this. So begin rs. This didn't work. So print 1, is it like 1111? No. Okay, let's get a little... So we want this thing to be on a single line. Okay, so awk all records on single line. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think that'll work, but we'll give it a try. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you know what? No. That's... Yeah, I mean, I wonder why it doesn't print out the other records. It only prints out one record. Oh, the record separator. Okay, so it's looking for... Okay, awk all records on single line. Or all output on single line. Okay, to get an awk output on a single line, you can change the output records outputs record separator from the default line to the space or the printf command. I mean, we want to use awk specifically. So, output record separator. So ORS. Yeah, okay, this might work. Let's give this a try. Yeah, okay, this is what we're looking for. Great. So these are these are little Linux puzzles we're doing over here. Lots of fun. Back. Okay. All right, paste it in. Done. Okay, we can move on to sed. So we're not... This is probably going to be the last section we can complete before we have to break for our interview, but we'll give it a try. Okay, the sed command. Reminds me of the dialogue, that's what she said. Haha, but this has been on my mind ever since I started creating this room. Never mind, so sed is the second most powerful tool of them all. I especially consider using sed most of the time because that's what she said, joking, ha ha ha. Often it offers a good number of strops in short commands. Easy to use once you get the hang of it. So sed is a stream editor. It's a tool that can perform a number of string operations. Listing a few, it could be like stuff like find and replace, searching, insertion, deletion, etc., etc. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll give this a try. We need to download the file, and then we can... Wait, where's the file to download? Oh, it's the same one as before. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, download the file. Okay, and then we'll move it over to our current directory. Move. Why is this a tar file? Alright, I guess we can untar it. Tar XVF. I never remember what the proper command is. Is it XEF? Did that work? Okay, that's good. We can move into the sed directory then. Okay, so we got sed1.txt and sed2.txt. This is some janky looking stuff. How about sed2.txt? Ah. And what do they want us to do with sed? Okay, so sed-e 13 John. So this is a transformation of lowercase John to uppercase John inside of file.txt. It's kind of a shame that we can't copy paste this stuff, but it looks like we're using sed to do some translation or some find and replace. So find lowercase John, replace with uppercase John. What is this 1 and 3? Okay, let's view a few more examples to get the concept clear. Viewing a range of lines. So sed n 3 and 5. So file.txt. So are we talking about the third line and the fifth line? Oh, from line 3 to line 5. So the third line, fourth line, and fifth line. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we will do a little water break. But you know what? We might not have time to show this later, so this is my favorite. My favorite video for these birds. This is the bird bath. So enjoy the music. I'm just going to take a little water break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be bumping up against our interview time right now. So let me check. So Yan okay. If you are in the chat, please leave a message in the chat to let me know that you are here. Otherwise, we'll be doing a little bit more of the Linux stuff before we get started with the interview. Oh man, this little guy's just having the time of his life. Anyways, get the birds off the screen. Okay, so let's see. I also need to keep track of my Discord because we're going to be doing the call on Discord in just a bit. Okay, so let's just go to what they want us to do with the sed command here. So how would you substitute every third occurrence of the word hack to back inside of every line inside of the file.txt? Do we have file.txt? I think we... No, we don't have file.txt. How do you substitute every third occurrence of the word hack to back? Whisper of snow. Are you Yanoke? If you are, let us know. Okay, but yeah, I guess we'll prepare for the interview portion then. Let me go ahead and change my overlays. So topic 4 is here. Awesome. Okay, and I think Yanoke is on the Discord call. Let me go ahead and join that Discord call. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. So this is this is our special guest, Yanoke. And so do you want to share your screen, and then you can talk about you can do a little introduction for us?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I can do the screen demo a bit later. If you want, you can just open like the questions you want to ask me, and I will just briefly go through who I am and stuff like that.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Hi everyone, and thank you, Shaihat, for inviting me here today. I'm really glad you invited me. It sounds really exciting to me to be sharing some information I know. So I hope the sound check, like let's do just like a small brief sound check. I hope you can hear me well. Just like text in the chat if you can hear me well, just in case. So I'm Yana. You can just call me Yana because my user sometimes is complicated. So my name is Yana, and I'm a member of two great teams called Maple Bacon and Mallard, Maple Mallard Registers, which is a team collaboration of three great amazing teams: PPP, then Theory, and us, Maple Bacon. So basically, I got involved into CTFs when I was in high school, started to participate there in my home country, Russia, whereas like I played different and really like a lot of CTFs, starting from forensics, reverse engineering, and like much more. Then I also got like some internships, got into a company, and now I currently still work as a penetration tester. And yeah, now I play even more CTFs within my team and my university because I study at UBC. Our team is really attached to like university, so basically, yeah. And yeah, I do a lot of side research during my free time and just like enjoy playing CTFs. Yeah. So yeah, this is kind of the brief introduction about myself. I would say it's like the most important things you need to know about me.
Oh, sorry, I was muted for a second there. All right. So, if anybody here has any questions for Yana about, so sorry, your name. How do you spell your name? Is it
It should be
Yana or Lana?
it should be like IANA or YANA. It's like Yana, so it can be both, sort of. Like, yeah, it does not matter, but yeah, you pronounce it like Yana.
Okay,
It's like a
great,
Russian name,
great,
so it
great.
can be a bit complicated.
Oh, no worries. I just want to be accurate because I don't want to misspell anything. Because if you misspell stuff, you don't get to hack.
Yeah, for sure.
You know how it is. But yeah, if anybody has any questions for Yana, you can ask them in the chat, and we can get to them as they come along. But we can also ask some of the questions that I had prepared, and we can comment on these questions as we answer them. So, Yana, so the first question I have for you is, what is your hacker origin story? Did you go to school for a computer-related program, or did you go to school for something else originally?
Yeah, okay, so basically I always been interested in like topics of IT in general, like programming and stuff. So I started as like basically marine engineer, you can call something like that. So I was doing robotics with a focus on marine engineering. I was really interested in stuff like that and generally like robotics. But I always have like a desire of like reversing games because I've been always really into playing games with my friends. And in my country, there's a lot of limitations around like specific software or like different bans. So I always been interested in how to bypass these things, and like play with my friends, how to like set up networks so we can play together. And like I've been generally interested in doing like all of that. And I've always been interested in researching. I think this is the thing which got me into cybersecurity the most because I've been always really, 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 really into uh, trying to understand everything from like the core. So for me, understanding everything fundamentally was the most interesting part. And then, of course, I watched some of the media. Like I watched Stalk. I think this is the name of like the TV series I watched. I generally do not remember the name in English, but in Russian it was like a bit different. But I think in English it was Stalk. And then I also watched Mr. Robot, and I know I just like got really into the whole idea of learning cybersecurity because I thought it's like a nice way of learning like everything at once. And I still think it was like a really great decision. But yeah, my school was my first school. I actually changed like schools many times, and my first school was not like having any like specific computer related program. My second one though had like a STEM class where I was studying, so it was like related to robotics. But yeah, most of the stuff we learned was kind of like self-learning or participating in like different CTFs. So yeah, I would say I didn't have like specific computer related program because it was mostly like still like general education. So yeah, something like that.
Sorry, I mean, I mute while while you answer the question so that I can type without it being really loud on the live stream.
Yeah, totally, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So you didn't necessarily go to school for a computer related program, but you're in cybersecurity now. Did you find it difficult to switch between a non, I guess you also did robotics, and robotics it also involves a lot of technology. So I suppose that switching between robotics and cybersecurity was not that big of a difference between like the type of skills that you use, or how did you find it?
Yeah, I would say yeah, like having some at least like some background in like tech in general helps a lot because I know what many people who do like competitive programming or like just interested in like I don't know development. Like let's say you're a web developer, right? It will help you a lot with understanding how like everything works like architecture wise, and then it can help you to learn hacking more. So I would say learning essential skills and fundamentals really helped me first in robotics, and then I just like switched my skills into cybersecurity. But I think like the hardest part was to get used to the fact that like cybersecurity requires even more debugging than doing electronics sometimes because cybersecurity is really different from I would say any field because you need to do a lot of debugging, you need to do a lot of troubleshooting and a lot of retrying, and sometimes it can be even sad that you cannot like solve something. So for me, when I did robotics, I was able to see result right away, or at least like some partial result. But with cybersecurity, sometimes it's either all or nothing. So for me, it was like mentally sometimes a challenge. But then I just like started to think about it as like a really nice way of just like seeing my progress because I was able to see that, for example, okay, I like spent a lot of time on solving something. Uh, I was not successful at it, but next time when I solved something really, really difficult, I was thinking that, okay, this is actually really, really great, and I was feeling even more happy, excited about my new, like, my journey, basically. So yeah.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, we're talking about what you enjoy the most in cybersecurity. So which aspects of cybersecurity and hacking do you enjoy the most? So is it something like web app hacking? Is it digital forensics? Is it binary exploitation? What are the topics that make you the most excited?
Okay, the most excited topics for me right now are, I would say, and generally I started doing web because for me it was like the most obvious one, and I was able to see like the result right away. Again, like when you hack something, you can see it right away. And then I just switched to my, I would say like right now I have a opinion that any topic in cybersecurity, I should be learning and being better at it, but better at this topic because all of these security topics are like generally like all the things are kind of still connected. So before I was a big hater of pawn and like binary exploitation, and then I just like realized after like talking to my teammates and seeing how impactful it actually is and seeing some practical cases, I realized that actually I like everything about security. So I would say my top three topics, if I need to choose, would be web, reverse, and binary exploitation. But I'm honestly eager to learn anything because I think we're all like connected and united. So yeah.
Okay, so really quickly, there's a person in Niproot. Hello, nice to see you here in YouTube. You're asking who is our guest. Our guest is Yanko Yanko. Young Young Okay, sorry, Young Okay Yan Okay, a member of the Maple Bacon CTF team. She was a member of the winning CTF team, or the winning team for the DefCon CTF for 2025, which is a really big deal in cybersecurity. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for that answer. So your three big things right now are web and reversing and BinX, yeah?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. This is just something I found interesting because even if we talk about, for example, doing binary exploitation, like right now I spend a lot of time looking at IoTs, which is pretty interesting target. It's not too obvious sometimes to look at IoTs. Most of the people are not looking into like IoT research, but actually it's really fun because it combines actually all three topics I just mentioned. It oftenly you need to know about web vulnerabilities, you need to know about pawn, about reverse, and I think they all just like well combined together in like IoT. So this is like some recent topic I started to be really interested about. Yeah, and I think this is something yeah, people should be looking at, especially like beginners. I don't think that beginners in CTF should be looking just at one topic. I think you guys should be looking at the variety of things and then after some time establishing what exactly is more interesting for you. Yeah.
Okay, yes, great. And okay, so I guess a lot of people ask about what kind of education path people take to get into cybersecurity because, well, I mean, it's not usually like a big straight line to get a job in cybersecurity. What if people want to do what you're doing, and so you're working currently as a web app pen tester? What kind of education path would a person take to get a job like yours?
Okay, so I will start with like the beginning probably. So people who want to be getting into cybersecurity should definitely start by learning some fundamentals because this is something that like even me right now, like I'm in university and after like each year of my university I'm understanding that sometimes I'm actually having some gaps in some of like the fundamental understanding. So I would say definitely having some STEM or generally like software developer or like something like that background would be really helpful, starting with fundamentals, right? Like understanding languages, like programming languages, not just vibe coding. I mean, actually understanding them, understanding how to quickly solving and how to automate tasks you have. So doing all of that would be really helpful. Then I think it's not necessary to go to like specifically university with like a STEM degree or something. It obviously would be nicer for you because you will be learning more stuff. But like as I said, I started to do cybersecurity in my high school. So I would say the most important part about getting a job in security or just generally starting to work there is definitely to start not only learning theory but do the practice. I would say that in cybersecurity, many things are not too obvious sometimes, and it requires you to know how to troubleshoot things and do a lot of things, to be honest. So I wouldn't say that everything in cybersecurity is just like black and white. You always need to know the gray part, like to learn. For example, let's say you learn how to do some web, like you just let's say you were doing like the hack the box virtual machine, and you just like looked at the write up or did something like that. This is not enough. I think the most core and important part is to start actually understanding each part of the payload. Let's say you looked the solution up, you probably should try to understand each part of the payload and just be open-minded about learning something new and doing mistakes. So I wouldn't say that having necessary specific degree will help you. It would be definitely nice as like a bonus and like again having some fundamental understanding. But generally the most important parts for people to get a job is to be interested, to be involved within a community. For example, when I started, like the reason I got the job was because I started to play CTFs, I knew some recruiters, and I got invited to participate in like internship program to get into one really great company, which I will be actually talking about today. So yeah, and I was in high school. Nothing was stopping me from learning something new. So I would say dedicating your like free time into playing CTFs, learning something new, learning everything about the world. I would say it would be really helpful because hacking is about like the art of creating a new ways of implementing something, about researching. So I would say if you eager and like ready to do all of that, no background will actually help you more than just your mindset about that, I would say.
Okay, so having a good mindset.
Yeah, I would say good mindset is like the best idea about that. But good mindset, I mean, is again being interested, involved, and also being okay to like having some problems sometimes with understanding a topic, just like retrying. Yeah, and just I think with security, the most important part is to be always constantly involved into like reading articles, practicing, and doing all of that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you learn the fundamentals. Have you encountered a lot of people who do cybersecurity degrees? I was wondering what
Actually,
your opinion is on people who go to university for cybersecurity.
I mean, wouldn't say that like most of the people I met, for example, in my home country, I met them also in high school, and they all started in high school, so they never had the actual like cybersecurity degree. And I would say they're one of like most of most like inspiring people I met. They all are really hardworking and they never had like a specific degree. But about people who have a degree, it's also pretty. It can be beneficial, yes, but like I would say just having a CS degree wouldn't make much difference from the people who have a specifically cybersecurity degree. I would say I even more into idea of having a general degree rather than like some specific one, because I think having general degree will help you to again fulfill your fundamentals, and then you will just be able to grow yourself. In cybersecurity, this is the most important part. Being self educating yourself is the most important part in my opinion. So I would say I don't have any particular opinion on like having specifically cybersecurity degree. I myself decided to do computer science general degree because I thought it would be the most beneficial for my path.
Okay, and so as far as the things that you see in cybersecurity, like the like web app hacking or pwn or reversing. Do you find that the stuff that you're learning in your computer science degree is relevant to the stuff that you're doing in cybersecurity?
Yeah, I will definitely say so because okay, so I'm a second year computer science in University of British Columbia, and the courses which I know we have at UBC, there's a lot of courses related to hardware and understanding of low languages, understanding operating systems and stuff like that. This is really applicable to Pwn. Yeah, so I would say, for example, my university definitely fulfills all of the requirements I had when I was choosing the university, but generally it really depends on the university, I guess, because some of them prefer to, only go through the really like high level things. So if the university has a lot of low level things, I would say this is a really good choice for cybersecurity like education.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for answering, and we'll move on to the next question. Oh, so okay, so you talked about learning the fundamentals of tech, and the next question is where do people learn these fundamentals of tech if they want to start their technical infosec journey? So where do you learn these fundamentals?
So again, I started doing robotics, so my experience was really practical. I started to like do different like robotics competitions with my friends, with my brother, and then I just got really interested in reading different articles. I would say Russia is also a pretty big country for programming development and stuff like that. But I know that like online, especially right now, there's so many resources which from you can like learn. I would say the most important is to learn languages. Sometimes I know that it's helpful for people to do like different courses. There is a lot of online courses and a lot of free resources. I would say even like paying for resources is not necessary. You probably will be able to find different information. So really depending on your age group and your current like situation, you still can find resources. Again, free resources on how to learn programming languages will help. Then I would say after you learn some fundamentals, the most important part is to start doing your own projects. I would say they help you to understand how the real world works the most. So for example, if you just learn the course fundamentals from like some website, it will not be too helpful. You probably need to go and see how exactly you can apply your knowledge. I think this is like the best thing you can do, in my opinion.
Sorry, I was answering some people in chat. So thank you very much. Yeah, so fundamentals of tech, uh, programming languages. So if you were to recommend one programming language that people should learn to start their journey into getting into tech and cybersecurity stuff, what would that programming language be? What's a good beginner language in that case?
I mean, actually, I have pretty mixed opinion about what exactly to learn first because some people, after learning, let's say Python, getting too lazy to learn more like low level languages, and sometimes it's like too hard for beginners to start with something low level. So I don't know what is better to start with, but I would say to go languages in cybersecurity are definitely. I would say Python is pretty used language in cybersecurity because first of all, it allows you to uh, automate a lot of things. Like it actually helps you a lot. Even if you do pawn, you can use like pawn tools to create your exploits. Same with web. It has like lots of libraries. I would say it's pretty nice language, and it's also like pretty beginner friendly. Then I would say definitely cybersecurity is a lot about low level things. So C++ is also nice, especially if you have background in robotics like me. I would say it's not going to be a big issue for you. Also, many people like Golang and like, yeah, JavaScript is definitely a pretty nice language if you're interested in web. So yeah, I would say this is like a small list with which you can start with.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Next, we've got people asking about. We can ask about what you do at your cybersecurity job. Oh wait, there's somebody else in chat who's asking. Let's see. Sander asks, "What is your favorite tool for hacking?" your favorite tool for hacking. So the tool that you enjoy using the most.
Okay, I will just say one because again, cybersecurity has like tons of tools, right? Like reverse engineering requires you to have some tools, right? Like and uh like web applications have like completely different ones. I would say my favorite for web and like penetration testing specifically is definitely Barbsuit. I think it has really nice graphical interface. It has a lot of add-ons. You can be creating your own add-ons. It's really also pretty much beginner friendly in my opinion, and it's been proven for many years, at least for myself, that it's like really reliable tool. It has again like really great interface. I've been like my whole life when I was doing like bug bounty hunting or my job, I've been using Barbsuit, and yeah, I think it helped me a lot to understand web exploitation in the very beginning. So yeah, I would say Barbsuit is my favorite. But if we talk about, for example, reverse engineering, I would say Binary Ninja is really good tool as well.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I hear a lot of good things about Binary Ninja. Of course, I always gravitate towards free tools. Uh,
Oh, it has free. It basically it's free for some file extensions, not for all. For example, I know with IoT, MIPS will not be working for free, but if it's something pretty basic, it will be working. Yeah. So also free tools. I know, like I'm pretty frequently using Ghidra. Uh, I have some issues with Ghidra sometimes, but generally it's a nice tool. I don't like regret using it too much. Yeah, something like that, I think.
okay, and we'll move on to the next question. So the next question is,
Yeah, sure.
so we're talking about the your cybersecurity job. So in your cybersecurity job, it's the stuff you're doing there, the stuff that you see there, it's different from what you see in CTF exercises. Well,
Okay,
what's your
so
opinion on the difference between real life tasks and CTF exercise stuff?
I think it really depends on the CTF. Some of the CTFs are really, like uh based on the idea. So let's say the person has a very unique idea or something they discovered and they want to share it with people, so they created the task. So I don't think CTFs are too far from the real life. It really depends. Beginner friendly CTFs usually have really like easy vulnerabilities which you can like Google and find online really quickly, rather than like real life cases where it's usually still a lot more things to work on. I would say in my job and like generally like bug bounty hunting and stuff, there is much more things related to cores, related to some policies. Also, it definitely has much more rabbit holes because with CTF, let's say it still will have some hints for you, and you as a person who plays CTF know that there is for sure some solution over there. But when you do an actual work, sometimes you just have like a task of, oh, find this specific amount of vulnerabilities within this month, and you need to fulfill this. But sometimes you encounter rabbit holes and you're getting really angry at finding them. So I would say by technology wise, vulnerabilities can be different, similar. Like it really depends on the CTF, depends on the real case. But if you're talking about the way how you approach these different tasks, it's definitely different. The approaches are really different. So yeah, again, for example, with real life, even big companies sometimes can be having some low vulnerabilities. You probably all guys know that in bug bounty platforms, there's really different scopes, right? From like critical to low vulnerability. So it's like really different. And sometimes people finding like XSS or even like something more dumb and like not secure in a really big like vendors. So I would say there's always some similarity to CTF, but in real cases, in real scenarios, you probably still have a lot more to work around. It's not just a task environment, because with task you probably have a Docker container or you have like source code. Sometimes you don't have it when you do bug bounty hunting or you do real world scenarios. So I would say this is like the biggest difference between them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's I think okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about AI now, and because everybody talks about AI, it's everybody's favorite thing to talk about. So my question is, how much AI assistance do you do in your personal research, and is it different than the amount of AI assistance you use in your work-related research? And the last question is, are there limits to what you share with the LLM, and what are those limits?
Yeah, okay. This is pretty interesting question. Yeah, I do agree. AI is like everywhere right now. So, first of all, I will just say something small for people who are just starting, like playing CTFs, doing cybersecurity. I would say try to limit yourself from like using AI too much, especially on like, just sending AI the source code of the web application and just like asking it, oh, solve this for me. This is CTF called something something. I know that I'm using Golang something something. Please solve it for me, please, please, please. Yeah, don't do that. I would say, I started doing security and like CTFs when AI was not as powerful as right now. And the card, like I heard it from many like mentors of mine, people who actually inspired me to do a lot of security, that the most important and key skill for anybody who do cybersecurity is to again self-learn and learn how to Google stuff and learn how to search stuff. So I would say I still really attached to this ideology of trying to first look up things myself and like try to not use AI for everything. I think it really helps you to build a mindset for um, avoiding sometimes some rabbit holes of quickly. Sometimes you can be even quicker than AI to like solve some things or like write a really small yet really useful exploit for yourself. So I would definitely limit myself from using AI for everything. Of course, AI can be used and it's a really nice tool in specific projects. I would say the biggest issue with AI is that people overusing it and not and forgetting that it's also really important to be building your mindset of like analytic who is trying to look up for new things and be really quick at that. I wouldn't say like using AI for solving everything would be really helpful to build that. So I don't usually, first of all, I don't feed too much thanks to AI. In my work, I have a lot of limitations of how and where I can be sharing anything like projects related, because sometimes the projects are related to some NDAs and I'm just not able to be feeding it into AI. So for example, if you guys ever have like a job at cybersecurity, it will be a pretty big thing. Like NDA is a pretty big thing and AI will be really limited. Like you will not be able to use AI due to like some restrictions of your company. And also generally, I wouldn't say it's a good idea to be fitting into AI. Another question was like, how much do I personally use it? I'm not a big AI user. I use it for my projects where I'm actually trying to integrate it for, like, again, to automate some task. But for personal use, like playing CTFs, I don't usually use it as much. Yeah.
Okay, so you try to avoid using using AI for CTFs.
I mean, I don't. It's not like I totally avoid it, but I think it's really helpful for the beginners to do it, and also, again, like I know I personally don't use it too much. I still like this feeling of like just even if I'm slower than somebody else, for example, and finding exploit and using it, I still feel like I'm getting this reward, of doing it myself. Yeah, but it's definitely still useful to know how to use AI properly, how to prompt engineer something you want. But my personal opinion, CTFs, yeah, in CTFs, which you play online and want to learn something new, you should not be using it as much. But nothing is wrong with using AI in your personal projects. I just think AI should be integrated into your project when it's needed for optimization or some unique approach you found, or even if you're generally interested in like how AI works and want to be working on this and like cybersecurity, this is a really good thing. But yeah, I think like in each thing in the world, you need to be like restrictive. Don't overuse something. It's always nice to be building your own mindset. Yep.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Okay, so we got one last question from Discord before we move on to the demonstration. So we got a question from Discord from the user segmentation fault. The question is, when you're doing a web application pen test and you hit a wall, how do you reset your thinking? Can you walk us through how your personal methodology of getting unstuck develops with time? And what habits do you have today that to make sure that you're still learning something new from every engagement or every CTF?
Yeah, also thank you everybody for the questions, and thank you segmentation fault, right? The user of this person. Thank you for the question. I think that's really nice question. This is something every penetration tester faces through time. I already kind of mentioned that, like in my work, for example, you encounter a lot of rabbit holes. So I think when you do anything related to researching, let's say you have a wild card in a bug bounty, or again in my project, right? You have a lot of services being like running, and a lot of different technologies, dependencies. I would say if you got stuck, it really depends on in which stage you got stuck, because some of the things you can get stuck in the, for example, really like beginning, right? Let's say you have a lot of services and you cannot find any vulnerability, right? This is one case. This one is pretty doable. I would say it's easier than another one. You're just starting, right? So you don't have really either like emotional attachment to the vulnerability you're trying to find, because sometimes when you're in the really like late stages and you're almost there to find the vulnerability and exploit for it turns out like you cannot do it, right? This one is way worse than like the recon stage. In the recon stage, when you're just like trying to find things, you can always just give yourself a break. Try to read through similar technologies or like reports people posted. You can try again like self-hosting stuff. If you got too tired and like you're not understanding stuff, you can always just go back into it a bit later. This is what I usually do. I just give myself a small break so my brain can start working again. Another thing is then you already have some vulnerability, but you cannot like write an exploit for it, let's say. This one is a harder case because again, you're pretty tired, you're already almost there, but you cannot do it. So I would say you always need to have this critical thinking of, and like understanding of like, is it actually doable, or should I just like move on and try to find something else? I would say cybersecurity is a really good field for trying, like to find this balance between trying and going really deep into the topic and understanding if it's actually a rabbit hole. This like essential skill is really important. There's not like specific things how you can identify that something is a rabbit hole. It really depends on the case. But I would say this is a really nice thing you're learning from doing everything again and again. So for example, in the very beginning when I was doing CTFs, everything was like that to me. Everything was looking like a rabbit hole to me, honestly. But after some time, after I was like, for example, I haven't succeeded in finding something, then I went to search, for example, after the CTF, what the write-ups were there, right? Even in my, for example, CTF team, we have our own like small club within the university, and after playing CTFs on the weekends, after that on Tuesdays, we call each other and share how we solve things, our solutions to different CTFs, and this way you learn a lot. So I would say to be better at finding things and getting less stuck, you need to always learn, right? But if you're getting stuck at the moment and you're even, it happens with everybody, it happens even with like experienced people who are in cybersecurity for like 10 plus years, right? It's just it's really nice thing to just be finding a balance between stopping yourself from like just doing the rabbit hole and trying to move on. I would say this is really essential thing for cybersecurity to just like be trying something new in case you haven't succeeded. So yeah, I would say this is pretty important. Yeah.
Okay, so we need to find a balance between running after the rabbit and letting the rabbit go, maybe?
Yes, exactly. I think so. Yeah. This is exactly what helped me because again, in my job, I was always not, I'm not always like successful at finding something, right? Like there's always times when I'm finding rabbit hole and I'm like really, really sure that actually I'm like in the right track, but then it's probably not like, not the right track. Also, working with people is actually a really important thing in my opinion because sometimes just sharing, for example, it's fine to share, for example, even if you do bug bounty hunting, right? There is a lot of things, like even in HackerOne, you can do collaboration when you like do something with another person. This is also a pretty nice tip. You can always try to be, if you have like a fault with who you talk and they like also cybersecurity enjoyer, you can be asking them to like, oh, hi, can you please like work with me today on this vulnerability? I think I'm on the right track, but I cannot find it, right? It's always nice to collaborate. I would say this is like also a pretty essential thing. Cybersecurity community is pretty big, especially online. You can always find people who will be like-minded and can help you and maybe they're even more advanced. Or yeah, I think this is real nice, like tip for people to start with. But
Okay.
yeah, thank you for the question. It was a really nice question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Segmentation Fault. And we just got one more question from the chat.
Yeah, sure.
Arnold asks, if I want to be a SOC analyst, should I try to understand hacking before I learn how to defend against hacking? So yeah,
Well,
if
this
you're
is
working if you're trying to get into a defensive kind of role, should they first understand how the offensive works, how the offensive security works?
Yeah, this is actually a really nice question. I've been hearing it a lot of times, and I think it's a really valuable question because, yeah, sometimes when you just look at the security as a whole, you're getting pretty confused with what to start with, right? Like, this is so many things you can look at, right? I would say there's not a specific like if you're interested in SOC, it's generally nice for you to be reading stuff about how the red team works. So, for example, if you're blue, right, it's always nice to know your enemies, let's say, know what techniques people are using, which software we're using, right? Like all of that is pretty important. But there's no necessary path of you first starting to learn red team before doing defending. You can always start with doing SOC, especially if you're more interested in it, right? Like there's no need to just like making yourself wait and like making yourself be less interested, let's say. Always do what you're more interested in. But I would say for you, if you're like interested specifically in SOC, I know a lot of great people who actually started with like doing SOC. We've been seeing a lot of different like ways of how the hackers were trying to get an access to their systems. We were seeing a lot of things, and it was actually really helpful for them to start their like red team career later on. Like I know one person who is a pretty big researcher in Russia who started to do it this way, and this is really inspiring person who was like mentioning to many people that yeah, you always need to start working on what's more interesting for you, and then just like be reading different sites, right? It's always nice in any cybersecurity job to have this like mindset of like thinking of how to defend, how to attack, how like it's nice to have both of them, right? Like there's a lot of purple teams as well who do sort of both, right? So like just be interested in the security and yeah, just start doing defend. I think it will be pretty nice. I think it's like a great thing that you're interested in blue team. Blue team is really nice as well. And actually this also will be something I will be talking about today. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we can move into the demonstration portion now.
Oh yeah, sure.
So one thing I forgot to ask you to do is to share your what was it called? The Fugi reactive link. Let me see if I can pull it up and if I still have it. So let's
Oh,
see.
I'm in Fugi React right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I just forgot to turn on your graphic, so the people will see that when you're talking. Great. So let's go ahead and do the demonstration. So if you could share your screen, I'll share it with everybody on the
Yeah,
live stream.
should I start sharing it right now?
Yeah, yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, let's see if you guys can see it. Hmm. Can you guys see my screen?
Okay, I see you're doing screen share. Ooh, why does it keep on? Okay, I had this problem the last time when we did our tech check. Let me see if I can get it working.
Yeah, sure. I can just like look at the chat right now then and like check if people have any other questions, just in case while you're trying to fix. I will turn it on just in a second. Give me a second. Okay, I will restart my screen. Let me know if you can be seeing it.
Okay, so I think yeah. I see your stuff now. Let me go ahead and mess around with my settings.
Yeah, I see that like Arnold is saying that he's second year in computer science and want to specialize in cybersecurity. Yeah, SOC security is really great. Like I encourage you to start doing what you like. It's really nice what you have interested in blue team. Blue team is really great. I know a lot of people for blue teams and they actually help red teams to progress. You know, it's like a balance when like blue team progress, red team progress. When red team progress, blue team progress. It's real nice to be like, you know, between two of them. Yeah, so can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, I can see where I'm currently broadcasting your stuff to
Great.
the live stream.
So okay guys, hi again, everybody. So I already mentioned who I am. So this is just like some pictures of me in DefCon. This is like some Russian CTF I won. So yeah, I've been constantly playing CTFs and I encourage you to start doing CTFs because they help you a lot in your cybersecurity field and be more confident in solving something. So yeah, first of all, I will separate my slides into two main parts. So first one is Standoff. This is a platform which Positive Technologies, the company where I actually did my internship, where I work. This is like the company which created a really great CTF called Standoff. What's interesting about this CTF is that it actually has two sides, blue and red team. So this is what exactly like the chat was talking about. This is CTFs where you can participate as both. So I will just start at like showing how the standoff looks like. This is the platform where you can try playing standoff online. I will just mention that standoff is actually competitions which has finals in person in Moscow. So many international teams are even coming to play. So yeah, but this is the online platform where people can start learning. I will be showing the red team because this is something I aligned with better. But I know that there's also a blue team, like Hugbase and like where you can also learn a lot of things. Yeah, but I will be walking you through the red team part. So this is standoff and this is competitions where it's not just finding flags, but doing something more than just flags. So let me explain to you. Let's say we have this banking system segment. So the whole standoff works as a you're getting VPN configuration, you're connecting to the network, and you can scan the network to get different services working. So you have different IP addresses, and you see that some ports are active. And this way you can start exploring different infrastructures of the industry the teams try to recreate. So all of them are based on some real scenarios. Some of them are just like built by people with also like some CTF mindset. So it has really different types of tasks. And let's just like look what banking system is. So here's even like some background story. So here, for example, you see these are like some IP addresses. You can scan them and these are some domains you can be seeing. After you scan them, you can again find some web services you can work on. What's interesting about standoff is that you're not only having vulnerabilities, this is vulnerability. So in each service, you can find different vulnerabilities, path traversal. This is like the types of vulnerabilities you can find, and you're getting this like these constants are just like the points you're getting. So if you got local privileges, it's real nice. Obviously, you're getting them only after you did also some other things. What's interesting about Standoff is that it also has critical events. Critical events are the events which are more than just a vulnerability. Vulnerability is just something you found, right? Like maybe it's some like old version of some software dependency, wherever. Critical event is something which actually requires you to do a huge chain of the things. So here's even the background stories on it. So if you're a fan of like actually seeing some, I would say, real world scenarios, this is really something you will probably like. So yeah, see here, you have like, I think this like small window, high difficulty. So high difficulty means this is some hard, it's like a harder range of critical event you can find. As you can tell, the points you're getting are the way bigger than like just finding the vulnerability, because it requires you to find so many of them, right? So here's like a big background story, what exactly happened, and you need to do this event, which in my opinion is pretty interesting. This is what made me interested in all of that. Or you see, you can compromise this commercial bank's support specialist account, which is, you can probably agree, more important than just finding some small vulnerability, which actually just maybe a rabbit hole later on. It's like not getting you anywhere. So yeah, this is like something really nice about this platform. And also, when you're submitting a report, you actually need to explain what you have done, which is also pretty nice, because in my opinion, documenting the stuff you did is really important part of your like journey. It's always nice to be having some notes and going back to them. Yeah, so for example, here you see it's also some QR code authentication. So it's like something pretty interesting, right? Yeah, so this is some overview. So first, I suggest people to always look at the overview, understand how like the platform works itself. Yeah, and there is also a standoff in person, which I will also go through like a bit later on. So the main differences between Standoff and, let's say, Hack the Box or TryHackMe, any of these like platforms, is that it has the way more initial stage approaches. So the really interesting thing about Standoff is that you can get two main ways, I would say, of getting into the internal network. So I did this like graph for you guys, so you can see how everything works. I will just like mention that I also looked at at this graph from like some resources I attached here. I will actually post it in my Twitter account, so you guys can like take a look at it later and even download it for yourself. But yeah, I get some references, so this like initial thing is not mine. I just added stuff here to like explain it today. But yeah, basically you have the outer perimeter, which consists of three main parts: landing, some rabbit holes, and services. Landing is just a landing, right? It just has some emails, some important information about workers, which you can gather this information for the later use. Also, really important thing for people who want to learn SOC or generally different tactics. This is specifically a Standoff Mitre, or I know how to correctly pronounce it still, table, where you can see different tactics of the people, right? Like, so you can see, for example, domain accounts, local accounts, cloud accounts, valid accounts. So it's like a technique for finding accounts. Many SOC analysts, they know some of these like terms, they know how to use the Mitre table, and it's frequently used in CM systems and like things like that. So yeah, you can also filter it. For example, oh, I'm a defender, what I want to look at today, and you can check stuff here. I will be attaching again like the materials in my Twitter, so you guys can like look for it. So yeah, and basically I was like writing some of these things over here. You can see it. So yeah, if we start with the landing, landing is just something where you can gather the information about the accounts from, because Standoff allows you to do not only web application security, but also you can be doing phishing, which is a really interesting topic in my opinion. And I haven't seen a lot of CTFs or like competitions where the phishing is involved. But here in Standoff, there's like specific email like services where you can be trying to implement phishing attack, which is in my opinion pretty cool feature. Then you can be having rabbit holes, which again I find an interesting thing in CTFs. Usually CTFs try to avoid rabbit holes, but I think in this specific case with Standoff, it's a nice implementation because you need to be understanding that not everything is your target, right? You need to be wisely managing your time. Then we have services, which are generally like services of different companies you found. For example, let's say there's a banking system. From what I remember when I was checking this like platform, they had like, for example, global news portal, right? And you can try to find the vulnerabilities there. Again, today I will not be exposing specific like vulnerabilities and stuff because Standoff has its rating and some people actually like fight to be, you know, like having good rating and finding all the vulnerabilities. So I will be still giving you some examples, but not specifically the ones you can find in the platform. Because yeah, I think this violates the rules of the platform. So yeah, you can be finding this like vulnerabilities I showed you over here. So yeah, these vulnerabilities classes, you can be finding them over here, and also some vulnerabilities to later get like RCE to maybe some internal network. So moving into internal network, there's a VPN segment where you can be finding gate or again, some VPN configuration of the worker. And if you found this VPN configuration and maybe you somehow brute forced the user credentials, you will be able to sign in into some internal email platform. Well, from what I know and from what I've seen, because I've been playing Standoff finals for, I guess, 3 years already, the newest, like the latest years, there was like no email services in the outer perimeter, so you still needed to find somehow how to enumerate, you know, like use brute force attacks and like password sprays, this kind of attacks to get some credentials for VPN and log in into internal like segment. So yeah, this is something you need to learn to do. And from here you have two approaches. You can try to find some gates. The gates is basically what people call it's called a gate for a reason, because this is some way of from outer networks to get into like internal networks or RCE. You will get like instantly there, or you need to again get like the VPN and from VPN like log in the again like the internal network, internal perimeter. Yeah, so this is how like it's different. So we have two main approaches: phishing and vulnerabilities. It's different from Hack the Box. I think I've never seen Hack the Box having phishing. Oh, actually, maybe I've seen one machine only. I'm not sure, but definitely less than in Standoff. Also, there's like you also need kind of to mimic like your email content. So you say, for example, if you wanna access like HR's laptop, you try to send your like phishing file, for example, doc. With some phishing macros or something, you're sending them an email and you're saying like, oh hi, I want to get the position somewhere, and like the bot which Standoff created will check your email, like your email, and like try to verify if it's secure or not. Also, some of the for example, some of the HRs you were not able to like get into the system through them, so only a couple of them were answering you and actually opening your files, for example. Yeah, then again, Standoff has the way more real case scenarios because the company works on the security of different environments, different environments, different industries. So yeah, I would say it's really beneficial in a way of like actually getting a sense of, you know, like real case scenarios. Then we have finals which are in person, and they have physical city prototype. This is something I will show you a bit later, but this is a small sneak peek into how the actual city looks like. So basically, if you implement some critical events, they will be projected on your like actual prototype, which is in my opinion really impressive. So this is my personal pictures I took from the competitions. This is like the silver place I got there. Yeah, but we'll go into this a bit later. And again, if like chat wants to look at the pictures a bit like for a longer time, you can just like let me know later and I will show you these pictures at the end. But yeah, also, if we're talking about specifically like the finals of the standoff, it requires you to have a big team of a lot of like specialists in different ways who communicate well and coordinate well. Because I think this was like actually the best thing I learned from like standoff. Our team was like team communication changed through this like 3 years, and it actually helped us to get like a silver this year, which is in my opinion it's a pretty like nice result. We always of course aim for the gold, but it's nice that we got silver this time, because before we were getting bronze as well, and this year we like really changed our way of communicating and it helped us a lot. I would say generally CTFs or like big events like DefCon, for example. In DefCon, we've been getting like the first place for many years, and I think one of like the best strategies over there, and not going too deeply into like our actual strategy, was like to have a really great team communication and knowing how to separate the team to be focused on specific tasks. Yeah, then also standoff has a lot of SCADAs, which is in my opinion pretty cool. For somebody who, I'm not sure if people know what SCADA is, but I will briefly explain. So SCADA is something like industrial system for like monitoring or like controlling processes, like let's say water, energy, manufacturing, all of that is like what SCADA is. Also, it has a lot of Active Directory and network. So in my opinion, it's like pretty interesting topics to work at. So yeah, and again, it has critical events and common vulnerabilities, which are kind of different. So yeah, for example, here you can see this picture of the SCADA. This SCADA is something which is considered critical event, and it's pretty like highly valued because you basically need to get access into internal network. So I will explain how it works briefly soon, but first I will just show you pictures again. So this is, you see like the prototypes of the city, and this is where I've been playing. For example, this is like the red team and blue team. So blue team, actually I forgot to mention what blue team do. Blue team needs to monitor what the hackers do reports. They're getting manually graded on like their reports, and they have their own competition. So blue team compete against themselves and red team compete against themselves, kind of. So yeah, then we have this picture. This is like how the festival looks like, because standoff is hosted during either standoff talks, which is a like event about bug bounty hunting about against standoff, and one another event called PH Days, Positive Hack Days, which is hosted by again like Positive Technologies. This is how everything looks there. So it's like a really big, I would say, like festival. I really like how the Trojan horse is like presented here. Yeah, so it's like, this is like the city prototypes. This is like one of the Moscow sort of skyscrapers, and this is like the city infrastructure. So Positive Technologies have their own team dedicated to engineering all of this like prototypes, which in my opinion is pretty cool. Yeah, and also we have this one, like wind power plant where you can be switching off the power and like doing some stuff. So you cannot be doing it here, but like hacker teams, they like compete against each other, and then it's getting projected over here. So people who came to the festival, they can actually see the impact. Yeah, so you can see here, this is like the pictures of different like segments which were created there. Yeah, and now going back to demo. Okay, so generally I would say this competition is pretty complex, so I will be going only briefly into most of the things. I'm sorry for that, but yeah, it will take too long if I like go too deeply into everything. But let's go back to phishing, for example. So if we're want to implement phishing, we need to know how to exactly create a payload and like inject it into our files, because some of them were getting blocked, and I'm pretty sure even like this platform, not all of the payloads will be working. So you need to really work around how to exactly like mask your payload and have to work on all of that. And again, in actual competitions, you wouldn't be able to even find these email servers without like getting the VPN and like getting into internal network. So it really teaches you how to do the recon part, which is pretty important part in the Mitre. This is the original Mitre. So you can see here, for example, active scanning is its own big like big thing. I even mentioned this, like you see this like T1595. This is like code for this technique. So yeah, you can be going here and like looking, for example, vulnerability scanning or like word list scanning, right? Like when you're trying to enumerate something. This is the recon stage, you see, this is called recon. So you're trying to gather as much information as you can. This is really important thing. So if you also learn how to automate stuff, this is also pretty beneficial. So this is why knowing languages for, you know, decreasing your manual work so you can focus on something more interesting is really important thing for hackers. Yeah, so it can be different file types. So I wouldn't be exposing exactly what you can do with phishing, because this is one of the most interesting parts. Yeah, try to learn it, guys. I think it's pretty interesting. So yeah, there can be also CRM systems and file servers, and yeah. Then what many people do, like I personally think that Meterpreter is a really cool thing for using, at least for example for this standoff, for like the online platform. You can try to build your payload and send it within, this is like a small hint what you can use for getting your sessions. Yeah, just like some small tip of what you can be doing. And then you can get, that says for HR, let's say, this is already like our inner perimeter where like the users are like the actual users of the company, for example. So see here, you can use SOX proxy for creating proxy connections to like different hosts which you kind of got through phishing or like through different vulnerability vulnerability research. So yeah, and HR might be having some specific relationships between different groups of of users, and this way you can be exploiting different types of vulnerabilities. So it can be really different. This is why you need to know tools like Bloodhound. Actually, really big tip, use Bloodhound a lot in this platform. It can actually help you to get the sense of what you should be attacking. Don't think of Bloodhound like some silly tool. It's actually pretty useful in my opinion. At least it was helping me a lot. And yeah, basically, also like some recommendation about the tools you can be using, I put them there. So Nmap, it's just like some of them, because there's tons of tools you can be using. Like there could be also Go Booster, Dear Search for finding. Also like you need to find some subdirectories, right? Like you need to find some subdomains. Like you need to do all of that, and for this like different enumeration tools are nice to be using, and it's nice for you to be good at them. Yeah. So yeah. So basically, after you got into internal network, there's a lot of things you can do, right? Like there might be even antiviruses over here somewhere which can be blocking you from doing some stuff, especially with macros. So yeah, it's nice for you if you learn. Like I might also post on my Twitter later some like good resources just dedicated to phishing, because I've been like learning how to do it, and I was not able to, for example, get like the shell on the account right away. So I learned like a lot of different ways of doing it. So again, if people are interested, I can always just post it in my Twitter account, which I just created today, for sharing things with like the beginners and like people of different like levels. Yeah. So for example, going back to HR to manager relationships. there exists a big range of attacks. I also put them here inside of inner perimeter over here. You can see that there's like different types of attacks. So for example, here you can be using attack called, I don't know, like from what I remember, I can just describe you briefly a case I encountered. Let's say we got into the computer of the worker of like some company, let's say HR, like here, right? And then we are trying to get as much information about domain as we can. Also, quickly and really important tip, always try to get like the local privileges first and then only look for the other stuff, because local privileges allow you to do a bigger range of things. So this way you probably can be moving somewhere forward and do lateral movement. It's also a part actually of Mitre. So you can be, actually I really suggest people to go through and, you know, just click on things and see like, oh, process injection has so many like sub techniques. You can learn a lot from here. Yeah, going back to my case I was describing, let's say we found that like the user we have has a like vulnerability or like privilege vulnerability, which allows us to do DC sync attack on the domain controller. If you don't know what domain controller is and what I'm talking about exactly, you can Google it later. I know it can sound complex right now because I'm just briefly going into through like some of the cases you may encounter. So yeah, basically you're using this like attack on like domain controller, and then you're getting basically the account like of the workstation admin or stuff like that, which can be really useful because you can dump all of the users all of the users basically within domain, and then using GPO, which is like a group policy object, create a task on getting a back connect to your C2 server. C2 is command control server. Yeah, so the only thing which will be left, right, is like to try to get an access to SCADA, like engineer or like SCADA, like an actual SCADA. So yeah, what SCADA is, again, like as I mentioned, is a thing for monitoring like different industrial processes. So you see, just from being in HR, you can actually get pretty deep into like the internal network. I also put some of the techniques you can actually look at in different stages. It's not all of them, but it's some of the core ones you can be looking at. I would say also important thing, Recon is not only stopping over here. Recon is an important part in each of the stages, because using Recon you can find inside of like some internal, like let's say you got an access to the engineering laptop, like their computer, right, their workstation. You can be trying to activate some, again, port scanning, and this way you can get like, oh, there is actually internal GitLab or internal something, and this way you can find some internal service which can help you to find some, for example, I haven't seen it here, but there's a lot of, I know, critical events in actual competitions where you need to compromise some specific documents from like specific laptop of like worker like X or worker Y, wherever. So you can be compromising stuff from there. Also, there exists PLC, which is a web interface for a controller. So you can be sending commands like stop or force or different commands. So from what you can see here, right, this is a wind power plant. So this is what SCADA looks like. So if you're getting inside here, you can be trying to find ways of how to like create like the critical event described for you in this like page, critical events. Sometimes it can be, from what I remember, there was like ciphered things which you actually need to like understand how crypto works there, to like decipher something you need, and then you also needed to like reverse some binaries to change some text files which had like a graphical elements of which were like, you were able to basically change some tags, and you were able to make PLC controller make what you want. So it's like really different cases of what exactly you can do with SCADA. But this is something really impressive, in my opinion, you can do in this platform. So when you learn how to do, like initial steps, find like small vulnerabilities, you can later learn how to work around like the Active Directory forest. By the way, it's called forest because the like Active Directory in general is used for basically managing different users or user groups within one domain. It was used for basically like system administration and much more things. This is like Microsoft Windows networks, if we talk really simply about that. So there would be a lot of users who connected with each other. So this is why it's called forest. Exactly. And I also have some more links for you guys, which we can look at. So this is the Mitre I already mentioned and opened. Then we can look at this guide. It's in Russian, but I think you can translate it. Sorry, I don't have a translator. I will just like quickly walk you through this. So it just shows you different parts of how Polygon exactly works. So just again, I will post these links later, so you can guys all just go there, use Google Translator on your like page. Also, like here, as you can tell, like there is like auto translation because I'm in Canada, so you will be getting this too. But yeah, this one for some reason does not have like English translation probably. You can just use translator. It shows you different techniques of what exactly you can do. And yeah, how to gather information, do many things. I really suggest you looking into this one. Also, why I think Standoff is nice platform. It actually prepares you also for some certifications like OCCP. So if we look at OCCP, this is also a good resource for you guys if you want to learn stuff. It has different, like the list of different machines you can be learning. For example, Windows boxes. This one can also help you to be better at Standoff. I would say Standoff, like being good at Standoff can help you a lot with like passing stuff like OCCP if you're interested. So yeah, here are some materials you can also look at, which I find useful. Also, if you're interested in Standoff and penetration testing, I would say I suggest you looking for this website called Haber. It's like mostly Russian, but again, just use translator. And you can see again how the person like shares experience about like OCCP certification. And I think you can see something similar to what we saw in Standoff. Standoff has this internal network, right? So is here, right? Like IT department, administrative department, development department, student network, right? Like VPN connection can get you to many things. Yeah, and then we also have, sorry, it's here. Also, we have this resource, which also shows you, for example, this one is specifically Linux Active Directory. This is pretty interesting topic. This is something more extraordinary with just like the basic vulnerabilities in Windows Active Directory. So you can look at this link. It's, in my opinion, pretty cool. Also, this is just like one link about phishing and Office macros, because yeah, I gave you guys already like a hint about that you need to learn how macros works. Yeah, so definitely look into that, and generally look into Haber's links from Positive Technologies, because this is like the many updates and many like, for example, here you see this is like the one I copied here and added some information, right? This is like the original one. This is like one of the really great players and the captain of the team Colt, which is really well-known team in PH days. You see this big picture, right? Again, the city. So yeah, she's like a really big like team captain who is really advanced in all of that. So she like shared information of how everything works. You can guys again use translator and learn about that. So yeah, I really suggest you guys looking at that. Yeah, and also moving into some tips of how to get better at cybersecurity and penetration testing. First, fight your fear of starting to learn something new. It's always hard when you know like things are not going as well as you want. it's always kind of confusing and frustrating and everything, but you can always like try to work a bit longer or like just go like do something else and go back into your task. But yeah, learning something new and learning how to switch between things is really important. I know that many people who are just starting cybersecurity really have like this big fear of starting to learn, like for example, we already got better at like web application security, and then they started to look into reverse engineering or Pwn, and they feel a big frustration about like them not being like good at this. I think it's actually really important for you to be like catching the material faster. Like you will be catching the material faster over time after you try to challenge yourself. Also, solving more labs is really important. So I put some labs you can look at where mostly like Windows related. I assume when I was looking and putting them here, I think most of them were Windows. But anyway, these are the nice ones you can look at. Actually, the only thing I can suggest about Hack the Box, which I found useful, like I paid for the student, or was it like the student discount or something, like Hack the Box subscription. I think it's actually pretty useful because you can look at the old machines, and I think preparing for standoff could be real nice. Also, learn how to search. I already mentioned this one. Learn how to Google, guys. This is really important. And yeah, do not memorize things. Don't try to just memorize the payload. It's nice if you memorize things just like because you have a good memory, right? But like it's always nicer to just like retry, debug, troubleshoot, do again. It's always nice. And learn how to build payloads, not copy payloads. It's not always nice to just like go and solve some like easy machine from Hack the Box and just copy the exploit completely. Sometimes it is useful, but sometimes it's also nice for you to learn how exactly, for example, some SSTI template injection works. Sometimes you just see some symbols and you're like, oh, okay, I will just like plug it in, do brute force, and it will work. No, just like go through, try to understand how libraries works, try to understand how dependencies works. I think it will be really helpful. And another topic I want to discuss today is that hacking can be also hands-on. This is some, again, like references from Positive Hack Days, where was the cash machines challenges. This is me holding the card over here. Also, there was challenges related to manipulators. This is actually something I participated in. So this manipulator, it had its own like big architecture with mobile app, with web NFC, QR codes, and more things. With the checkout system, locker, and even pickup zone. So the whole idea was for you to get, don't mind my KFC like chicken over here, but over here you were able to get the sandwich and the drinks for free if you hack it, which in my opinion was pretty cool. So you see this sandwich over here, this manipulator was actually doing the sandwich for you. So there was a big CCTV surveillance and also like gas detection, router, QR order system, PLC safety zone, coffee, and like sandwich zone, from what I remember. I also see something similar. I guess this is no, it's not ice cream, it's something else, but I don't remember what exactly it is. But basically it was a big system which you were able to actually hack from different perspectives, which in my opinion is really cool, because again, hacking, everything is a target, like not only website, right? Like IoTs, everything is a target. So this is something I got also from the competitions. This was like the badge I was able to get by successfully doing some of the tasks. So I was able to get these coins. There was also some pink coin I was getting, which I was able to exchange to some merge. So you can see like the t-shirt here, or like this pretty cool badge. Yeah, and also there was like radio challenges where were connected to demodulation of signals, extracting, hiding data, decoding audio, and also basically typing. You basically had a computer where you needed to type your answer in. So it was like one person per gift, per like the present price you're getting. So yeah, it was like, you see like radio is area but, and here you need to like solve some things. And also this is me and my actually the friend from the exchange who came to us from the team Calmer Union. he came here on exchange to UBC, and we've been working on also pawning vapes, which was pretty funny in my opinion. We just went to some random physics class and started to do things because I have a lot of like tools for hacking things, and yeah, we've been just like researching stuff. So yeah, this is I think the end of my presentation, but I will probably keep my screen open in case you guys still have some questions, or maybe I will just restart it probably. Or what do you suggest, Shaihat? Should I just like leave it as it is right now and like
Yeah,
wait
I think.
for people to answer?
Well, we actually received a number of questions during the presentation, so maybe we
I
can.
can open YouTube actually and be checking questions. Wait, let me actually pull up my phone and I will be checking them. Or you can just
Oh no, I can
display
direct
with
the
me.
I can ask the
Nice.
questions and then you can answer them. That's fine. Okay, so Oreo Byte in Twitch chat had a lot of questions about the standoff platform. So his first
Nice, I'm glad
question
to hear.
So his first question is, so Standoff has report writing. Does Standoff have report writing, and does it feel like a full report?
So it is indeed full report if you're talking about critical events. So for example, vulnerabilities, you have some small report you need to do. Usually it's a flag or just like some like a bit of information. But when it comes to critical events, you actually need to show that you've done it and explain your chain of thoughts. So yeah, it's indeed, and it has like basically your rating. You're not getting half points. For example, if you got if you explained it like not enough for the people there, you basically need to you're either getting this like 10,000 or you're not getting them, you know. So but you have a rating of people just generally playing each segment. So I would tell you right now in the actual competitions where the way more segments there. So you have aviation, like like the metal industry. I don't know how exactly to call it in English. Sorry, oil, banking system, energetics. Then you have like basically the city infrastructure. Just like this city infrastructure. Probably we call it like that, and logistics as well. So yeah, in each of the segment, people have different ratings. So you see, for example, here we can go to results if it loads and see that this, for example, CV guy, he got like he triggered 80 events, crazy, right? And he found this many vulnerability points. So yeah.
Okay. As far as the points are concerned, so is it a set number of points for each discovery, or did the points go down in value the more the greater the number of people who submit that particular
We don't go down. We
oh, they
don't go
don't go
down.
down?
So it's
Okay.
like fixed. Yeah, fixed amount. Yeah.
And yeah, so OreoBet also had we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we'll take a little 1 minute break.
Yeah, we'll
And
probably go drink some water, and I will be back in like 1 minute.
okay, so just let me know when you're back, and in the meantime, we'll play some bird videos.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let me go ahead and yeah, so this is our guest today. The description is in the chat. And just a second, everybody, I just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, so let's see. OreoBet asks, can the points be used for rewards or is it for your level? I don't think. Well, I mean, I'll ask. I'll ask to see if there are like prizes and stuff associated with the CTF. I think she mentioned something about how the people with the at the top of the leaderboard can go to like a conference where you can compete in person for like prizes and stuff.
Okay, so I'm back.
Okay, let me put
Ready
the
to answer?
Right. Okay. Let's continue with the questions.
Sure. Yeah. I'm really happy that you guys asked a lot of questions. So yeah, I'm ready to answer now.
Okay. So Oreobite also asks, so is there a lot of pivoting involved in getting through the network, and are there a lot of traps and bugs that get in the way of pivoting through the network?
So there is a lot of pivoting involved because yeah, basically it has like all the real case scenarios. So that means there is like a lot of reverse proxy tunneling. There's a lot of command control framework work. Yeah, basically like the whole competition is like you need to get into different accounts, establish your like connection there, establish yeah, establish some back connections, and then like going deeper and deeper into your network. So it's nice if you know how to use like command control and how to pivot things. It's like really important. So yeah, there's a lot of proxy involved basically. And can you remind me about the second part of the question? Sorry.
Oh, are there a lot of traps and bugs and other obstacles that get in the way of pivoting?
So there is definitely, since the network is pretty big, I don't know if we can call it trap, because for example, in the landing part, there's a lot of rabbit holes, yeah. But internal network has definitely less of them because it tries to mimic the real one. So let's say if you're getting this like, by the way, for people, Bloodhound, Bloodhound. Let me open just like to show people. Oh, not the dog. Sorry, guys. Okay, so the Active Directory, if we check over here, this is how the Bloodhound networks looks like. So if you call specific like connections between like members or like some group privileges, if you call it like if you think about the network as something really big, like really big forest, I can consider it a trap, because there is a lot of connections. So for you to just like understand what to do, it probably will be pretty complex, right? So it's sort of a trap, but I don't think there's a necessary like a lot of like rabbit holes like with landing. It's just like pretty complex. It's sometimes hard to exploit things, but not like exactly things which try to trick you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've
hope
got
it
I've
hope
got a
it
quick
I answered.
question. So my
Yeah,
quick
sure.
question is so as far as like the most number of jumps you've made inside of a network, so maybe jumping to one box into a second box to a third box, what's the maximum number of layers you've done your tunneling and pivoting through?
Oh, me personally, or like generally, what can we see in standoff?
Well, both maybe.
Okay, so personally, it's really hard to tell because I've been playing for 3 years. So I honestly do not remember because, yeah, it's been a lot to work on. I will say there could be a lot. There could be more than like three, like I showed you here. It's just like a small example, right? There could be the way more. And maybe there could be also like the ways where you have like two ways of doing this, and you kind of can find like more optimal way of finding this. So I wouldn't say there is a specific limit. It really depends on what developers create each year. So for example, I have a lot of friends who actually work on creating this, and they've been telling that like it really depends on the year. Like generally, like the services you will see, they depend on the year, depend on the ideas of people who implement things. So I don't think there is a specific limit. I probably cannot answer you with specific limits. Sorry for that.
No worries, no worries. Before we go on, I've got to shout out the people who have been subscribing on YouTube and Twitch. Just a second.
Yeah,
Thank
sure,
you very
sure.
much to Sack War and Arnab and Robert and Brian Taylor. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you. And yeah, next question is,
Oh, sorry.
um,
Before that, I will also mention. So I have two Twitter accounts, and one is my private account, and I saw some people following my like right now my private account instead of the CTF one. So you need
oh,
to put like my user and the like the underscore at the end because yeah, my other account is just like me and my friends like posting some
oh,
like shit posting
why
basically.
don't
So
you
yeah.
why don't you give me the link in the chat, and then I can I
uh,
can I can give everybody that one.
Should I send it to you where? Like
You can
here
you
in.
can just put it in the you can just put it in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat.
So this is like also for people like who are watching right now. Like this is my Twitter I created today. So yeah, you can be looking at this. Yeah, because some people don't follow like the one without underscore, and it's
Oh,
just like
okay.
my shit posting account basically with my friends. So don't yeah,
Oh,
don't
okay,
look at
okay.
this one.
I was sharing your CTF one, your CTF link
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Twitter.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I just
I
told
was
some
afraid I
people.
was sharing your personal one. I don't have your personal one. That's good.
No, it's like private anyway, so like don't worry, it's nothing too serious there. It's just like
Okay.
some random. Yeah. So going back to questions, sorry for this
No
like
worries, no
this
worries.
yeah.
So what about speaking of like evasion on the inside of the Active Directory network. So
Yep.
as far as evasion is concerned, our good friend OreoBite is in the chat right now, and he's very concerned about how you can do like Windows Windows evasion. Is there a lot of evasion? Does it get more complicated than the basic Defender evasion on the Windows boxes?
So there's definitely, especially in the finals, like in-person finals, there's a lot of like evasion techniques which are more advanced, and sometimes it's like the way network works, and sometimes it could be uh like the way network is built can be really complex. So there's like a lot of actually like unique cases people try to reproduce within like the competitions. On the general like basically think of standoff as something you can see in OCCP, so it will not go like the platform. The online platform will be pretty similar to what you can see in OCCP, and sometimes it's some custom, things people try to create, like the developers, right? But in actual finals, there could be actual many complex and really interesting evasion techniques you can be trying to reproduce. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying not to spoil specific things because again, against the rules. So yeah, I'm talking really like vividly and like abstract, like really abstract. Sorry for that.
No worries, no worries.
But
Yeah,
for example, some techniques you can see there are shown here. So if you consider them like, for example, basic or like, how can I say that, like beginner friendly wherever. This is like some techniques you can see, but there is much more to come. So yeah, basically be prepared to read like some articles and like see cool things. Yeah.
okay, so we've got a question from Defus Modernus Leben on Twitch. His question is, so the in-person CTFs like DefCon and the in-person event for Standoff, is it very much harder than the stuff that you see on regular Standoff or Hack the Box or similar platforms?
It is generally, it's really harder, I would say, especially you're getting like lots of different industries. You're getting basically lots of like different network like architectures. You're getting different industries themselves, and again, it's a lot of services to work with. Also, there's definitely more reverse and binaries in person CTF rather than like, I will call it CTF because standoff is a big word for it. So in person CTF, there's like the way more things to look at than the platform one, but platform one can help you to get prepared for like the qualifications, and also some of the CTFs were like the finals. I think like the international finals were hosted online. We're already like they've been yeah, they were hosted in October, I think, or November. But like for next year, in case somebody is interested in participating, they hosted online as well. But in-person competitions are just like, in my opinion, the way more complex and interesting because there's like top teams playing, like the really big and like known teams. For example, also in these slides you can see uh, this person who was actually sort of my mentor. He was at first actually a part of like one of the biggest teams in standoff, but now he's basically the main guy in the whole standoff. So yeah, we always try to switch also the way the game works, because through these years there was a lot of ways how finals work. There was a lot of like gaming part of it, because for example there was like like there was like different groups. So for example, you needed to first work with other teams. So basically you had like your personal rating and also your cities rating. So you had two cities, or like states, state F and state S, I believe. I barely remember the letters, but yeah. And you had like internally like 5 teams, and you participate among yourself, and also you participate against other teams. So there was like a lot of different complications to how the system works. So yeah, it has like, the finals are definitely more complex and more interesting than the platform, but platform is really nice for you to like get ready for the finals, I would say, in my opinion.
Okay, and we've got another question from Defus. Defus asks, how do you transition from hacking on a platform versus hacking on an in-person event without failing badly and not learning?
Wait, so how you're switching to learn? Wait, so how you're switching to in-person finals without failing? I didn't quite get, sorry, the question.
So, I mean, what does it feel like? I guess maybe the question should be, what does it feel like to transition from a online event to something that is in person? Does it feel very, very different, or is it a
Oh,
lot of the same stuff?
yeah, sorry. Okay, so it's both. It's like some things you can see and some are the new ones, especially the vulnerabilities you can find. Since the platform is like works 24/7, there's a lot of like also like lower level, like I would say landings, or not landings, but like services. In actual competitions, there's a lot of interesting or like really new vulnerabilities which just came out and people try to adapt it into the task. So I would say it could be pretty different, and you can fail on the actual final, even if you were good in like in the platform. So it really depends, and again you need to plan also your team strategy, because standoff is definitely not a one person game. You definitely need to uh, basically get a team for in-person competitions, I would say.
Okay, and Divas has more like explanation for what his question is supposed to mean. He says, I mean, in person it's much harder. How do you prepare for that when you only have the platforms to learn from?
Uh, so basically, in finals, a lot of people who play the competitions they actually work in penetration testing, and they're like really like big people in cybersecurity, right? So it's sometimes some of the teams were even like the team of some like company, and they participate, or some university. Like I know that a higher school of economics, really big school in Russia, they play as their own team, and like many companies play as their own teams. So they know some practical cases from their experience. Many people again try to read articles outside of the range, and again, as I mentioned before, cybersecurity is about like not learning and memorizing things. So if you got good enough in standoff here, right? You try to solve the tasks yourself, right? Not without like just like the use of the existing materials, right? And it helps you to build a mindset. So like when you come into actual competition, sometimes you don't fail at everything, right? Like it's just like in CTFs you always fail at something, but not at everything. So like you if you build like the mindset and you know how to explore and self-learn things, you probably will be able to solve things, right? Because every even like 0 day in the world, right? Every pre-existing 0 day, right? Like it was before, just like nobody found like 0 day before it was considered 0 day, right? So that means people built like some mindset of finding things. So it's same in here. It's same as in any other CTF, right? Like if you're prepared for something, you probably can be prepared for another thing. You never know. You always like go and you try your best. Basically, this is how I see it. If it
Okay,
makes
thank
sense.
you, thank you. And so somebody asked earlier, so the as far as the leaderboard is concerned and the points that you earn inside of Standoff, can they be redeemed for anything, or are they just a leaderboard that show the people at the top of the competition?
I don't think I've ever seen them being redeemed in my life, both in like in person and this one. I've never seen. So I think it's just like you, if you got the report, we carefully like check it, and then yeah, after like carefully checking it, they know that like you did a great job, or like they will not just give you points for nothing. They like all the people who rate you, they're pretty fair in what they do, and it's always manual, so it's not like I mean, the vulnerabilities, you just basically for these ones, you have a flag, so it's kind of a proof, right? But with critical events, they also rate you like more carefully. Yeah.
Okay. And as far as the competition is concerned, are there like really big prizes for the people who win the competition? I mean, I guess
Uh,
there's probably some big fabulous prizes, of course, right?
yeah, money prizes are pretty big, I would say. Like you can get, first of all, you're getting known for like being good at like penetration testing, right? This is already a big prize, in my opinion. And also you're getting to also like the platform has a lot of like some specific like like logos or things you can be getting on your profile if you're interested in this. I just like I'm not really a big person for that, but some people I know we really enjoy getting some like custom profile things, like because this platform is also used for bounty hunting and stuff. So I know some potential vendors or somebody, or if people want to hire you, actually, if you have like an active account and it has like some, for example, winner of Standoff 2020 something, right? Like you can get recognized, and also again, you're getting a pretty big check if you want it. It's in rubles, but even if we like mm, trying to translate it into like dollars, it's still a pretty good, relatively big price. And also, again, the experience of just being there is already a pretty big price in my opinion, because like you're going there for this festival for free. You're getting to learn a lot of people from different like fields, and you're getting to see like a lot of researchers like in person. So in my opinion, it's yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. I think we might move into the outro, I guess outro questions. The last few questions we'll be asking before we wrap things up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and you can stop sharing your screen. Thank you. Okay, let
Yeah,
me just.
thank you for again, yeah, thank you all guys for like asking me questions. Or like thank you also like Shaihat for giving me the opportunity. I'm really glad to be sharing some interesting resources for beginners, not beginners. It's always really fun, and I think it's really important for people to be sharing resources. Yeah.
Okay, so Defus asks in the chat, is there have you noticed that they're adding a lot more new features or new networks and stuff to Standout 365?
uh, are we adding something new up, like basically we already have something, and if we're adding something new within each like update, or yeah, sorry, I just like I haven't yeah, I'm not understanding the question completely. So
Oh, did they update Standout 365 with a lot of new content on a regular basis?
oh, they add things. They definitely add things on a regular basis, not like every week obviously, because it's like it requires a lot of job, but like they definitely add new things. And I would say even to fulfill like the already existing critical events, it will require a lot of time to do that. Like because you need to, for example, cache the phishing instance. You need to do like I know you need to do kind of a lot of things. So I would say it generally requires like lots of time, in my opinion. Yeah.
So I've got a personal question I'd like to ask.
Yeah, sure.
So you are working as a web app pen tester currently, and yeah,
Yeah,
so
sure.
you mentioned that you really like using Burp Suite. Have you used Kaido or Zap? And do you like using these tools or not?
Yeah, actually, I've seen it in somewhere today in the chat, in like Russian-speaking chat. People were also discussing Zap. I mean, I personally, I tried Zap, but I know I'm like already pretty used to Barb Suit. I have a pro version, and it's just like my to-go tool. So I kind of just like already attached to it. Let's say I like using it. It's like I don't have any complaints, so I prefer using, I would say, Barb Suit, and just I already have also like a lot of friends who created their own custom extensions, which I've been using so very specifically for Barb Suit. So I would say I personally prefer Barb Suit
Okay,
over
and
other
you
things.
haven't had a chance to take a look at Kaido.
Oh, Kaido. I mean, I I've tried. I think I've tried Kaido before, but like, I just look. I think like somebody from my teammates or something were using it, and I looked at it, but like again, not too deeply. Yeah, Kaido haven't looked too deeply. But I obviously know about it, yeah. I know it has like some nice workflows and yeah,
Okay, and
personally haven't.
somebody in the chat is asking. Oh, Shulk Wyzek asks, do you have an opinion on DefCon versus Black Hat? Do you have experience going to the Black Hat conference?
No, I haven't gone to Black Hat, so I definitely cannot answer this one, and I think we're pretty different. Like one is more focused on like getting vendors as well, and one is more like culturally like a place for playing CTFs and stuff. I would say I enjoyed my time in DevCon. It was definitely really, really enjoyable. I really liked it, but I cannot compare them because I don't have experience. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, okay. Let's round out the talk with some advice. I guess a lot of people in my chat, there are people who are trying to get into cybersecurity, and they're always asking things like, how do I get into how do I get into infosec? How do I get into cybersecurity? What's some like good beginner advice you would give to people who say that they want to get into cyber?
Um, I mean, yeah, I already mentioned some of like the tips. Another thing what I can say about like how to get into cybersecurity is uh just be curious about security. Like if you're already like curious about security, there is nothing which like stops you from doing that. Like this was like my sort of like opinion when I started it, because I think cybersecurity can help you to also integrate yourself into much more fields. If you start with security, you can, like in my opinion, just like while doing university, like many university like level tasks became easier for me after I started to do security. I just learned how to read faster and like actually getting, what is right in there, like getting the information fast and like being able to use it pretty quickly. And I would say to generally get better, and like just generally get into security, yeah, probably just be interested, um be constantly like involved. It's not like you need to be involved every day because you might get like, I don't know, like burned out or something. You just be interested and just try building things, try to progress. I think it's always nice. I think it's always nice. I don't have any particular advice. I might have some of people have like questions about specific field of security if they need any advices and stuff. But generally, I would say in any field, right? Like if you want to be uh doing any field in your life or any like task, any goal, you just kind of need to be interested in it first, right? So if you're interested, there's nothing is stopping you from that. Yeah.
Okay, awesome, awesome. And oh, so we can talk about the local infosec community. So I have a question. Was so where the city that you're from? Was there a very large infosec community in that city as well?
Oh no, my city is pretty industrial. It's like I'm from a city called Krasnoyarsk. It's like I don't know if people will be able to type it after I spelled it like that. But yeah, basically. This is a city in Siberia near like Mongolia, so it's like pretty industrial city, pretty cold city. Not much to do in case of security. There was mostly like robotics. This is why I also got involved in the robotics. Like city has a pretty big influence, like robotics wise, but never seen like I only know one guy who was like doing security who I personally know, so I wouldn't say there's a big like local community. Most of the people I know from Russia who do like cybersecurity were either from Kazan, Moscow, or St. Petersburg or Vladivostok. This is like the biggest cities from from where people like do cybersecurity, or Novosibirsk. It's like a city nearby mine where I was oftenly going for like some finals because my city was not hosting finals in my city, so I always needed to travel to like other cities to play CTFs. Yeah, so I wouldn't say my city is pretty small in terms of security community, definitely. But big cities like Moscow, they definitely have like really big cybersecurity community, like really big one.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask about the what about your experience and yeah, how you've enjoyed how you well, maybe some good things or some bad things about the local InfoSec community because you now live in Vancouver and I didn't know that Vancouver had like an especially strong community when it comes to cybersecurity. But yeah, what's your experience interacting with the Vancouver community?
I would say Vancouver has a pretty big community, in my opinion. Definitely not like a small one. Out of like Canadian cities for sure. I'm not sure if it's bigger than Toronto because Toronto is generally just like bigger. But I would say at least like UBC, right? Like we're known for having like a big cybersecurity community. Even the reason I came here was like to get into the team. So I even like I got into UBC just because I wanted to join the team in the first place. So I would say security community in Vancouver is not small at all. Like I know a lot of great researchers who at least been from like Vancouver and then they moved somewhere. So like again, they've been in like UBC and then they moved to work somewhere in like US or China or like any other places in the world. So I would say like the community is not too small in my opinion, but yeah, it depends with who we compare with, right? Like, but like generally, I wouldn't say it's small. No.
Okay. Okay. And let's move on. Okay. Talking about more AI stuff. Everybody's talking about AI. Okay, so the integration of AI tools into cybersecurity jobs, do you think it's going to make it a lot harder for people to get jobs in the industry, or do you think it will reduce the number of jobs in the industry as a whole?
I mean, AI is reducing some specific position as a whole in general, which makes sense because any sort of like progress, technology progress, right? It was like made to reduce the like labor work, let's say, or like the work of people to like automate it, right, for cheaper price. Like people try to create AI solutions so they pay less for like resourcefulness of AI rather than human. I cannot specifically say it also depends on country to country because some country invest into uh, AI more than other ones, right? For example, US is really generally like interested in like automating things, right? Automation. So I would say it really depends on the place. Some of the security jobs right now are really hard to be replaced, in my opinion. So I don't think I'm like a good person to like predicting all of that. It's real hard to tell for me for now, I would say.
Okay. Okay. And just a just a quick question from the chat. People are asking about whether or not Hack the Box is good for people who are new to cybersecurity.
I
Um,
think it's good. Like I was not really doing try hack me actually. I started like with hack the box mostly. So I think there's a lot of relatively like again like if you're not getting stuck, right? You always can look for some write up and just like try to understand if you're like really like beginner. Don't try to like right away do the hard task. Like always be mindful about that. Like going from like lower to like higher level, right? So yeah, just do that, and like I think Hack the Box could be a nice tool as well. I would say like the challenges, like CTF challenges there, could be complicated sometimes, but like if you do the machines, like the penetration testing ones, it should be fine in my opinion.
Okay, and somebody asks, did you cook at PPP 24? I don't even know what PPP 24 is.
Wait, what does I don't know myself. Does this person mean like played CTF or something, or like what exactly? Because PPP is like a name of basically our team.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what this. Shulk, could you rephrase your question? Because I'm not really sure what you mean there.
Yeah, because also I'm not from PPP. I'm from like Maple Bacon, and we together are like MMM.
Okay, and is she author? Is she author?
Author of what exactly? Like play CTF, Pika CTF, like
Did she write a challenge? Did
what?
you
What is
did
PP,
you did you write a
PPP?
challenge at PPP? Can you um elaborate what PPP 24 is? Because I'm not too sure what you mean, Shulk.
Like just answering the question, if I'm writing the challenges, I do write challenges, especially for Russian events. Like I did lots of the events, like challenges for many Russian events for different levels, like both university level and like for high schoolers. So it's like, yeah, I do write challenges as well, but I'm not sure exactly what the person is trying to ask,
Yeah,
which exact CTF
I'm
refer
not
to,
too I'm not
because
too sure what PPP is supposed to be. Is that the name of a challenge? PPP team has an event. Oh, you're talking about like a CTF that the
so it's
Plaid
play
Parliament
CTF.
deploy. Okay, okay.
So yeah, yeah, but the thing is, like, we also have two. It's like played CTF and also Pika CTF. It's like all same university and stuff. Like, again, like I'm not writing challenges for them because I'm a part of another team, and we just like a collaboration for some big events. So yeah, I never wrote a challenge for played CTF, or I played CTF. Yeah,
Oh,
but
really?
like
Okay.
Yeah, I played the played CTF because we basically Maple Bacon. When it comes to our local how can I say, like CTFs, like Maple Bacon also has like Maple CTF basically, and we don't share solutions with PPP, and PPP don't share it with us. So basically we like play separately when it's our own events basically. Yeah, but when it comes to like big major events like I know SecCon, DefCon, we basically a collaboration team, if it makes sense, because we're different universities. Like PPP is CMU, and my team is UBC, so Canada and US.
So the MMM CTF team, just to make it very, very clear. So it's a combination of the Maple Bacon CTF team from
So
UBC.
basically UBC is Maple Bacon, PPP is CMU's CMU's team. There's also Theory, who is like the duck team. We're from Korea, but the the founder of the team, he was also from CMU, and also like the professor who like created our team, like Robert Xiao, who created our team in UBC, he is also from CMU originally. So this is how we kind of got this like bond, like the bond. Like our teams got bond because of like Robert Xiao also. Yeah, so I'm with PPP, but for collaboration events, when it comes to our local events, I'm not with PPP basically, if it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So if people want to follow you on social media, the best place to do that is on your Twitter account, right?
I guess Twitter, yeah, because I just created it. I'm usually not as active in social media, but like many people started to tell me that I probably should be starting to post some content, so I decided to listen to them, and I probably will be posting on my Twitter account, yeah.
Okay. So the Twitter account is the one with the underscore at the end, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So I'll share the link with everybody in the chat. And
No
have you
problem. Yeah.
you have a GitHub account? Well, I mean, I'm not asking you to share your GitHub account, but have you ever had your GitHub account locked before?
Have I ever had what, sir? Oh, sorry, my network lagged,
So
so I haven't heard
your
you.
GitHub account, have you ever had the account flagged or locked before?
Uh, like, what do you mean by locked? Like,
Oh,
what exactly?
I'm experiencing a problem with my GitHub account right now because apparently the AI has flagged it as potentially malicious
Oh,
or
you mean
something.
like that?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I never had this happening with my account. I got what you mean. Wait, no, I never had this. Really weird. Yours got. Maybe because I have a lot of public write-ups and stuff. Most of my stuff is private. Like I don't really
Oh, okay,
post on
okay.
GitHub.
Yeah,
I'm like not a big user, if you know what I mean. So yeah.
yeah. It might be because I make too many. I create too many pages like every day. I don't know. But
Yeah, maybe. I also don't know like what the reasons for like being flagged in GitHub specifically because yeah, I never had this issue. It's pretty weird, but yeah, hope it's getting fixed soon.
oh yeah, yeah. I'll be trying to resolve the issue after the stream is over.
Oh yeah, good
Oh,
luck
okay,
with
okay.
that.
Yeah, so let's see. Quasm asks, do you have a I mean, I'm pretty sure you have a Telegram, but I'm not sure if you are okay sharing your Telegram.
Oh yeah, my Telegram is like pretty private, so yeah. But like I mean my Telegram account, like in general, is not private, so like it's the same user but without the underscore. There should be like an elf in my avatar, but like my yeah, my channels and stuff like that. I usually do like mostly like private reports and stuff like that. Private researches. But I will be posting more on Twitter soonish, probably. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a number of people who are very interested in seeing what you have to share with everybody in the InfoSec community. Yeah.
I'm pretty like close person. Like I don't really post a lot, but I'm planning to probably change it because yeah, my team told me it would be cool if I share some of my research, not only privately but like outside of privately. So yeah.
Do you have any really big events and stuff that you're planning on participating in the next year?
Oh, I probably cannot answer it for now. Like I'm not sure. I usually just like me and my team, right? We'll just decide what to play together, and then like we 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 play it. So it's not like I particularly know what I will be doing in future, but I will be definitely playing standoff. This is what I know. This year, if I'm getting the plane tickets back home, then yeah, then I'm probably gonna participate in standoff this May. Usually it's hosted in May, so yeah.
Okay. So I mean, if where okay, okay. Are you really high on the leaderboards for standoff?
Oh no, in standoff, like I usually go only like to in-person ones. I don't do a lot of platform, but many of my teammates are really high on the like in the scoreboard. I don't do much of like the platform. I just like I've been helping people to solve stuff, but I personally don't have time to like be playing on like the platform because I have already like a cybersecurity job. Like I honestly just like gain most of my skills like on my in my job and help like some of the people from like my my team to also get involved into actually standoff. Like two of the members from my team actually played with me last time, which was pretty cool. We were in Canada, so it was a bit of like a mess, but still, it was pretty cool, and I'm really glad we played. Yeah.
Oh, just for fun. Can you tell me what are the three most common vulnerabilities you find on these on the web apps that you test? My guess is
Oh,
that
this one.
my guess is that broken access control is going to be the number one. Um, top three.
Actually, I actually cannot share this one, but like, do your guesses. I actually wonder what you will say.
Okay, so I'm guessing that there's going to be broken access control.
Mhm.
There's going to be, let's see, some sort of. It's probably not going to be injection. There's still probably like a good amount of XSS on most of these applications, and maybe insecure. Oh, file uploads. How does that look?
I mean, I cannot say exactly from my job what exactly like in my job what is like the most founded because of like the policy of the company. But like generally, if you the want me to answer like generally about the most like popular vulnerabilities like recent years, what I think.
Okay.
Because I kind of cannot say like what exactly in my job, but like I kind of like if we talk about generally like the cybersecurity world right now, like your guesses I think are pretty valid,
Oh,
I
thank
would
you,
say.
you. And the other
So
thing
yeah.
that I'm interested in is the there's I mean, I was doing a bit of web app pen testing as a job
Oh
maybe
yeah, yeah.
4 years ago, 4 years ago or so, and I noticed a lot of the applications, well, a lot of the applications in big companies and small companies, they had a lot of cloud integration. And do you
Oh,
see
that's
like
true.
a lot of like AWS? It's mostly AWS. It's not so much Azure. Or do you see a lot more Azure as well?
I mean, there's definitely more AWS if we talk about like the Western countries, right? Because like, for example, in my country, if we work inside of my like my country, there would be like definitely different vendors, right? Due to like sanctions and stuff like that. So yeah, it really it's like different, but I do agree that like the cloud is everywhere right now, and there's a lot of like positions of like security specialists dedicated to cloud specifically. This is like really true. I do agree. There's a lot of cloud people right now. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I I've heard from other people that they say that like if you're looking for like a job, like cloud, being able to pen test cloud stuff is like a very uh big asset for putting on,
That's
putting on
really
your
true.
resume and stuff like that.
I think this is definitely a true thing because like clouds are getting integrated a lot, and like many people are switching some of the specific architecture parts to like the cloud systems. So yeah, I do agree on that. But it's not like particular like you need to have it in your resume. It's just like there will be for sure some dedicated positions for like cloud security. Yeah.
Okay, great, great. Because I definitely I want to investigate more like cloud security like exercises in the new year for sure. But
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, thank you very much for coming by today.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really glad that I was able to like maybe help some people with like get at least some understanding of how standoff works, and maybe they even saw it for the first time in their life. So yeah, and I guess I will share. Yeah, I will definitely share like the graph in my Twitter account. So yeah, you guys like look forward for it. Yeah, it will be posted like sometime later because yeah, today I have some work to do, but generally, yeah, just check my account like tomorrow or something and it will probably be there. Yeah.
that's great. That's great. And let's see. I don't think.
Yeah, and again, if you guys somebody is from Vancouver, definitely come by some of like the security meetings. Like Vancouver security meetings. There's a lot of them, and I usually hang out there. And like this is how I actually met Shyhat. So yeah, you guys, if you're somewhere close, yeah, go say hi to us, and yeah, ask some questions if you have some more. Yeah, and I saw somebody in chat asked about Telegram. Yeah, just like I do have Telegram, but yeah, not the Telegram channel. Just Telegram. I do have like the same user. Yeah, and somebody asked about education. I'll just quickly like re-answer. I don't have. I'm studying at UBC right now, but I didn't have like a particular specific like tech education before. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. And I think I can. We'll probably end the stream pretty soon. If anybody has any like last questions for Yana, then you can type them out in the chat. But otherwise, we can wrap on up.
Yeah, we can wait for like I guess a bit of time, right?
Yeah,
Because I
yeah,
do have
maybe
time.
maybe a couple of minutes. But
Yeah, I do have some time, so yeah, sure.
but what else? So yeah. So I do these live streams three times a week, and we're usually going through a bunch of different topics. We do web app stuff on Wednesdays, and we do like reverse engineering and coding. Oh, do you do like Advent of Code and other like competitions like that? Actually, they're
Oh
not really
yeah,
competitions, but
yeah. I don't really do advent things.
because I don't have time really. Like I really wanted to do Advent of Pawn in
hmm
Pawn College, but I don't have time right now. And also like my holiday started, so planning to go snowboard a lot. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
want to have some break, from like all of the like my year, because my year was pretty like overwhelming this year. I had a lot of work to do, and definitely want to spend some holidays doing some fun activities, and then going back to some research again, like some IoT. Oh, I actually see some interesting question. Is Russia good for cybersecurity? Who speaks English? So, I mean, uh, Positive Technologies, for example, this company, they definitely have uh, more offices than just Russia. Like Positive Technologies, I personally think is a really great company, like for different like security positions. I know that there's a lot of people from different countries who work there, so I think it really, yeah, depends on the company. Some of them have like more strict policies around like foreigners, some less. I would say Russian cybersecurity community is one of the best in the world in terms of like engagement in cybersecurity, right? Like some countries almost have no security community. I cannot say the same about Russia because we definitely have a lot of things going on around security, like different contests, uh, like basically anything. Like there's definitely lots of things you can look forward to like visit. Like again, like positive hack days have for sure a pretty like big community of people who are coming and like discussing different topics. There was a lot of, I know that I might be wrong, but I think the person who was like before hosting DefCon or like Black Hat something big, he was this year in Positive Hack Days and he really liked the atmosphere, like the vibe of standoff and generally Positive Hack Days. So yeah, like the Russian community like is pretty big. Also, again, like my high school time in my high school times, like I my city is not the big cybersecurity thing, but like if you talk about like being engaged into cybersecurity, like Moscow and like some big cities were hosting stuff, so I was able to go and participate. There's a lot of cool things like Russian Cup and some like big events. Yeah.
awesome. Okay, so to everybody who is looking to catch the live stream next time, so we do one on Mondays and we do one on Wednesdays and Fridays. So the next stream is going to be, well, we're going to be finishing off. Wait. Yeah, we're going to be finishing off Advent of Cyber over at TryHackMe, and then we're going to be doing some web hacking. Oh, have you ever taken a look at the Alla Cyber website from Italy before? It's a pretty nice
Oh
little
wait, I think I actually know that because I think in the last meeting when I was giving a talk at like Microsoft, you showed me like the platform. I think it was
Oh
pretty cool.
yeah. Okay,
It has
okay.
so many tasks, right? Is it the one which has like many tasks?
Yeah. They've got something like 500 challenges or something. It's pretty
Oh,
crazy.
I actually have another Russian resource to recommend,
Oh
if
really?
you don't mind. Yeah, I will
Yeah.
send it in our chat, in chat with you, like the one where we talk right now,
Okay.
and you can just. This is like I don't know how active we are right now, but generally this is like really cool guys in my opinion. So wait, give me just a second.
Is it okay
Most
if
of the materials. Sorry.
is it okay if I share it with the
Oh, of
chat?
course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course I do it so you can share.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
This is yeah, this is the thing. Okay, so this is like specifically Poland, but like SPB CTF is basically it's based on the university in Russia, and they like create a lot of content. They also do a lot of videos on like different topics, but the problem is like it's fully in Russian, and
Oh,
it could be hard. Russian is pretty hard language to be translating it exactly like accurately. But anyway, like I still suggesting looking at least at the tasks, though it's hard to find some write up on them in case people want to learn. But these are really nice tasks, and I think yeah, they also involved with one of the biggest Russian teams called Cat But Sad. You maybe know them. So yeah.
But yeah. If you don't, you don't, I'm sorry. If you don't have the
That's
link,
fine.
if you don't have the link right now, I can share it.
Oh, I sent it.
Oh, really? Which chat is it in?
It's in basically like the chat. Like we have the VIP voice, right? So you go there and go into the inner chat in VIP voice,
Oh,
and
I
the
didn't.
link will be there. Do you see it?
Could you paste it into the personal chat?
Oh yeah, sure, sure. I will just send it to you right now. Yeah, do you see it?
Okay, I see it. Yeah. Let me pull it up on the live stream. So, what is the
Yeah.
name of the
Also,
platform?
SPB
SPB
CTF.
CTF. Oh, okay,
This
okay.
is the university and like the city, like Saint Petersburg. So yeah, this is why it has this name.
Ah, okay, okay. And
Also,
so
there's
this is like a Jeopardy style CTF, right?
yeah, it's not even like CTF, but basically they had like like in-person meetings, like weekly meetings in the university, and people were going there, and people were sharing slides, explaining stuff to people, and then like posting the challenges, so people were able to like self-learn as well. Some of that, yeah.
I like I like this one challenge right here, getting the flag right away. That's great.
Yeah, yeah. Some of them are
Uh,
just like the one for checking um, like your knowledge as well. Some of them are easier. Some of them are related to different techniques. And like let's say heap, for example, heap will have he basically has like lots of I would say families of vulnerabilities, like house of something, house of spirit, like house of wherever, and they have like dedicated topics to like for example, 2 3 like small beans, like or some other things. And of course I recommend Pawn College, my favorite resource.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
mine too, mine too. Unfortunately, I can't cover it on the live stream. I wish I could.
Oh yeah, the policy based. I'm not sure if SPBCTF has. I think you cannot share the solutions there, but people can be solving it anyway. I don't think most of the Russian resources allow you to share the the solutions.
Oh, I mean, do you think I would get in trouble if I was solving the standoff like boot camp?
Bootcamp I think is fine. Just don't do like the for sure don't do like the actual standoff, because the bootcamp is just like the beginner friendly one. It has a lot of hints there. But if you're talking about the one with like the actual rating, like yeah, don't do it probably. The bootcamp is fine. I'm pretty sure bootcamp is fine. You can always contact them as well and ask. Or I can maybe if it will be helpful.
Well, I mean, you
So
you
yeah.
you know the organizers of
Yeah,
standoff.
yeah. This
Oh
is why I mentioned.
wow, wow, wow! I should ask you for some special treatment, of course.
Yeah, yeah, because like yeah, I kind of like many of my friends are organizers, so yeah, because obviously we all came from the same place, I would say. So yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing any more like actual questions there, probably. Yeah, so I probably think we can wrap up right now.
Oh
Like I
yeah,
can
yeah.
wrap up at least. So
That's
yeah.
yeah. This is around my usual like stream ending time, anyways. So
Yeah, so again, thank you guys and you Shaihat for like um yeah, giving me this opportunity to talk, because I only did like in person like sort of interview parts. Like again, like the way we met, right? Like I did like also some talk before. It was all in person. Never did a live stream, so it was pretty interesting to do that. Yeah, and only did like the mostly in Russian, everything in Russian. So yeah, thank you
okay.
guys for having me, and yeah, I will probably just disconnect for now. Thank you guys. Bye bye.
All right. See you next time, and thank you very much for coming by.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you too. Bye bye.
All right. So that was Yanoke from Maple Bacon, and yeah, thank you very much to everybody for coming by and participating. And yeah, so I mean, I would like to have more of these interview style segments on the live stream. Maybe once a month. That would be pretty good. I've got a lot of contacts from my interactions with the in-person community over in Vancouver, and yeah, it'd be fun to be able to share with everybody else. But let's go ahead and find somebody that we can raid into, because I don't have anything else planned for this stream. Let me go ahead and find somebody. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to see if there's anybody awesome that's streaming on infosecstreams.com, and it doesn't look like there is. But if you're looking for more people who do infosec and do live streaming, this is definitely the place you want to do it. And let's go ahead and see who else might be live streaming on Twitch right now that we can raid into. Okay, so it looks like, oh, Moohiddles. Moohiddles is online, and she does a bunch of space stuff. Let me see if I can pull up her stream, and I'll show you what she's doing. Okay, here we go. And I think she's talking about yeah, love Moo. She's great, and she's playing with her dog. What is her stream all about today? It's space and astrobiology news. So we're going to be raiding into this channel. Let me go ahead and start that off. Might be home for the holidays. Oh, awesome, awesome. All right, so we're going to be raiding out, but everybody, thank you very much for watching today. And yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday. We'll be doing a lot of web app stuff. And thank you very much. So HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, wait. Please give this message when you arrive on Moohiddle's channel over here. OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time.